All right. Hello, everyone. We'll just wait a second here while everyone gets logged in. Great. Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Welcome to the 2021 Batonage Forum. This is the 4th edition. So I'm here with my colleagues, Rebecca Johnson and Ella Wingy, and we are the current orchestrators of the forum. So just very happy that you're all with us here today. Once again, we're meeting virtually. Must confess that I think at this point last year, we thought we would have managed to pull this off in person in 2021, but here we are. Nonetheless, a number of things have changed with Batonage since we last convened. We've kicked off a mentorship program, which many of you have watched and been a part of. And we also have announced our 501c3 pending status. So we'll now officially become a nonprofit. So that's lots of things going on with the Batonage community, and mostly only thanks to all of you. So from the bottom of our hearts, we would just like to show all of our gratitude, or express all of our gratitude for all of you here today. It's been quite a year. So back to the forum. Honestly, while we are all super excited to get back to in-person next year, we're very fortunate to have the opportunity to once again meet virtually. Able to broaden the reach of this forum through the online platform by removing the question of limitations of travel. And in fact, kicking off the forum this year are two individuals that many of you know who have played an integral part in Batonage since its inception. Elaine Chukan Brown, and she's broadcasting from Alaska, and then Julia Coney in Washington, D.C. So before we introduce our keynote speakers, a few notes from our team. We'd like to say thank you to our sponsors. We couldn't have done it without them. Napa Valley Vintners, Laurent Perrier US, Bay Grape, Nomatica, Amarim Cork America, our vendor sponsors, Gabrielle Glass and Sonoma Broadway Farms, and then our media sponsor, 750 Daily. So just a quick kind of run through of what you have in store over the next 3 days. Today is day 1, following the theme of responding to reality. So following the keynote, which will commence shortly, we have 2 panels lined up. Coping with COVID, the ups and downs of restaurants and retail, and harassment, how to deal. Complete with an active bystander training. So you'll definitely want to stay tuned for the whole block of sessions. Day 2, tomorrow, is down to business and will feature 2 online sessions. And then day 3 will be focused on the theme of community. So we'll have 2 online sessions then, plus our winemaker hosted walk around tasting in person for all of you that live close by at Sonoma Broadway Farms. Next year, we hope to see all of you there. For the online programming, I know most of you are familiar with the Zoom platform, but just a few reminders here. During the webinar, note that there will be 2 communication methods available to you. We have a chat section and then a Q&A section. So the chat section is an informal way for you to communicate with other participants. And we know that the chat was hopping last year, so we hope it's the same this year. And since we can't be face-to-face, it is the next best thing. So just be sure to select everyone, all panelists and attendees in the to field, as it can default to panelists only. And then the Q&A section, that's where we'd like you to submit your questions to be answered by the speakers during the sessions. We'll be monitoring those closely, and hopefully we'll be able to address all of them, but we also do have to keep to our schedule, so please bear that in mind. And then today's sessions will be recorded. So we'll provide a link to all of you attendees so that you can revisit these great sessions that we have in store. And then one more thing before I do introduce our speakers, I just would like to draw all of your attention to the code of conduct that you should have received with your confirmation and login links. If not, go ahead and click on the link in the chat. I think Ella's going to drop that in right now. and you'll be able to review the expectations we have of all of the attendees during the virtual event and the walk around tasting on Thursday. So we're very grateful to Lift Collective for putting this document together, which we have adopted to fit in with our forum. So any questions at all, please email info@batinageforum.com. Okay, on with it. It is my absolute privilege to introduce our keynote speakers. Elaine Chukan Brown serves as a writer, speaker, educator, and illustrator of wine. In 2021, she gave the keynote address for Femme du Vin, an international program sponsored by the US State Department through the Paris Embassy. She won the prestigious Wine Communicator of the Year award from IWSC and Vinitaly, and was named a wine industry leader in the North American wine industry by Wine Business Monthly in 2020. In 2019, the Wine Industry Network named Brown one of the most inspiring people in wine. She serves as the American specialist for JancysRobinson.com and contributed to both the 8th edition of the World Atlas of Wine and 4th edition of the Oxford Companion to Wine. Previously, Elaine served as the Tomlinson Fellow at McGill University, where she did doctoral work in philosophy, specializing in race and racism, as well as gender, women's, and sexual studies. And Julia Coney is a Washington, DC and Houston, Texas-based wine writer, wine educator, speaker, and consultant. Her wine writing includes stories on wine, winemakers, and the intersection of race, wine, and language. She holds a WSET Level 2 certification in wine and spirits and is currently pursuing her master level champagne certification with the Wine Scholar Guild. Her work has been featured in VinePair, Wine Enthusiast, The Tasting Panel, Plate Magazine, Forbes.com, Wine Enthusiast, Glamour, Essence, The Washington Post, and numerous print and digital publications. She has spoken at conferences such as Wine to Wine, Assemblage Symposium, Culinary Institute of America's Summit for Sommeliers and Beverage Professionals, and Wonder Woman of Wine. She also played a pivotal role in the scholarship program, the Batinage Scholarship Program, since its inception in 2018. So I'm going to turn it over to these two ladies and have them take it away.
Thank you, everyone at Batinage. Thank you, Katie, Rebecca, Ella, Stevie, all of Sarah, everyone. I'm here with my friends, so this isn't going to be that kind of keynote where we're talking at you. We're actually talking on the conversations we would normally have on the phone to each other or in each other's company when we are together. And our theme for this is community. So Elaine and I really want to talk about community and what does that mean now? And especially now as we slowly come out of the pandemic, that we're currently still in a pandemic. And also, how do we continue community when we're all, going back to this new normal? And I'm going to start and say, and I want everyone on here to listen. And when you watch the recording, if you, you do that. The normal before wasn't normal for a lot of people. And we have to center community in that and understanding everything that's happened post-pandemic, post-George Floyd, post-Black Squares. We are in a new normal. And if you want normal to go, if you want the normal that we previously had and you want it to go back to normal, I don't want to be a part of your back to normal because my normal wasn't great a lot of times. I didn't have a community that I have now. I think everyone, we're all learning how to be more in a community and doing the work together. But I want us to start saying that we all don't want that previous normal. And that's how we start in our talk about community. As especially we moving into in-person events and different things like that and traveling again, just remember you take the community with you. The community lives in you and I every day. And our community is doing the work every single day. It is not just, as Elaine says, the reading. The reading is what we do on our own to help build the community. I learned from Elaine about Native people, Indigenous people, but it's my job to go buy the books, to read the stories, to learn of their work and part of this world, and it's not Elaine's job to teach me that. So when we're speaking on community, community is a work. Community is us, but also we do our personal community work to bring it back to the community as a whole. How does that sound, Elaine? I think
I absolutely agree. And I think it's a really crucial thing to clarify right now, that we are all in this massive change point. And what that means is we as a community of people get to decide where that new direction is going to land. What forward do we want to aim towards? And the thing is, we have to choose and make a commitment to make the new direction of the world we're in land and aim towards positive growth, positive change for everyone. We as a community have to make a commitment to that. And that what you just pointed out is so important. There's the personal side of that work. That's the studying, that's the learning how to listen. But here's the thing, the change happens in the public, in the community level, in the outward level. And so we need to start to learn. Our reading groups are crucial for our personal growth, but we haven't started to do the work until we've started to engage in the outside world, in the world around us through action. Dr. Cadet likes to talk about, action is ACT, accountability, communication, transparency. And that we have to start bringing that into every interaction we have. How can I be accountable in this moment right now? We need to ask ourselves that every interaction we have.
Yes.
That's the first step. That's the first step to positive change, positive action. Because again, it's not enough to study.
Like I want to say this because we did, Elaine and Miriam has the Diversity and Leadership Forum, and yesterday was a training with Dr. Cadet. And her wording of ally versus accomplice is, and our advocate, if we're saying those words, is as an ally, you still can sit by and watch bad things happen to people. But as an accomplice, you have to speak up. As an advocate, you have to speak up. And I'm so excited about this role playing that's happening later in this forum, because it will give all of us tools if you're afraid of standing up on how to stand up. Mm-hmm. Because I do believe in the community that has to happen publicly. That has to happen, like you say, the personal work is the reading. It has to happen publicly to really be an accomplice, an advocate for anti-racist work, because at the core of community is anti-racist work.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, like, sometimes people think when we're talking about diversity or we're talking even anti-racism work, mm-hmm. we're actually not just talking about race.
Yes.
Right? Because here's the thing. We have been living in a society that absolutely privileges and advantages certain people. And the effect of that is those people get pushed up in their comfort. And the only way some people can have greater comfort than others is by transferring their proportion of harm and disadvantage to other groups.
Yes.
Right? Mm-hmm. And so the thing is, we're talking about anti-racism work because we're trying to shift that balance to like lift others up as well. But the point is that will not only benefit racialized peoples. It will actually transform a society to make everyone freer to express who they are, freer to seek what they wish for. And the truth is, like, the more we can connect and be open with each other, the greater comfort any one of us can have individually as well. The point of community building is we're also supporting ourselves. We're strengthening our ability to do well by just having more connections and more support in the world around us.
But you brought up a word in that, comfort, right? We have to really get comfortable with being uncomfortable. And that is hard, especially, I think, coming now out of the pandemic. Everyone wants their comforts, right? They want to go back to what feels safe for them. Safety that's a broad term. Comfort is a broad term because comfort and safety is not always there for people who look like me. And I'm speaking to me specifically. Mm-hmm. my father was the first Black U.S. Marshal of Texas. When I drive now in a car, I get clammy if I see a cop. And I have to drive. I have to drive to a store. I have to drive, like, I get clammy and I get stressful and I grip the wheel. And that anxiety for a lot of people happens on a daily basis. So when you are dealing with those feelings, it's hard to be comfortable because you're out, that adrenaline rush that happens, it just so uncomfortable. And I try to think how, how to breathe through it, how to understand that usually people of color every day in their life are uncomfortable in some way, shape, form. It doesn't have to be driving behind with a police car. It could be going to the grocery store. It could be going to a restaurant. It could be working in that restaurant. It could be working in that tasting room. So many things of being uncomfortable. And so the community work means there's times you have to be uncomfortable for someone else and for yourself. You have to. Change is not easy. Change is hard. I mean, the learning is just hard and the doing is hard, but the work in the being uncomfortable to make a better change is for our future, not just us right now too. When we're no longer here, we don't want the world to be like it is when we left it. Yeah. I don't. I hope a lot of other people listening to this don't want it to be that way. So it means we're all having to be uncomfortable and also having those uncomfortable conversations, what I say, with grace and with love, because you can have a difficult conversation without being demeaning, disparaging, and all those. Sometimes those take practice. And I will say, if some people may have never grown up understanding how to have a disagreement that didn't turn into a heated argument, because everyone has their opinion and that's okay. But in being uncomfortable means you have to listen and have empathy. And I have to say this for my white women on this chat, on this Zoom, quit centering yourself in every conversation about race. A lot of times I have these conversations and I try to talk to people, and anybody knows me, I come from a place of love and grace. The centering is exhausting because when you start centering, you stop empathizing.
Well, and I think it's important to take a moment to talk about that because, there's so many important things in what you just said. And, so just to clarify what we mean by centering, just for a second. My God, it's everywhere.
This is how we talk to each other all the time.
I'm tired, right? Like you and I do this work all the time and
We're
it is tiring. So here's the thing, because we have to be blunt, okay? As Julie was just talking about, people of color, Indigenous people, Black people, people with disability, LGBTQIA, like I could keep listing, right? Like people who are in a position of not being part of the predominant norm of our society are uncomfortable all the time. Okay, and we're used to adjusting to the needs and demands of the dominant society all the time, okay? And what happens, and let's be real, okay, there's lots of elephants in this room. We're going to name some. The truth is, white women have a lot of work to do. And I love that so many people here are working on doing the work.
Yes.
But this is, at the same time, this is not about you or your personal growth or your feelings. That is not the center of this work. The center of this work is love for community. Love for community.
Community.
We're saying this because we love you and we're asking you to be part of our community. So practice saying, where's the community need? How do I focus on that? Shift the focus from your feelings, from your experience, from trying to prove you're a good person.
Yes.
We don't give a shit if you're a good person. If you're trying to do this work, we're going to assume you are. So let me use the fuck word. Quit fucking trying to prove you're a good person. We believe you. Now, shift the focus and center community need, community love, community commitment, community. That's the center. That's the center.
From me to we. That's it. Like from me to we. And it's one of those things, and I understand these conversations are difficult sometimes to listen to, and usually they take days to process. And it's kind of like I always say when you're a child and you get reprimanded and you thought you were right, and you know, a little time as you get older, you really start thinking things through. And you know, I believe in therapy, so I'm a child of therapy for a long time, and that right. And I process things. Like I may not process it in a moment, and I know some of the people here will process it later, and that's good, because the key is when you start processing, then you could actually look at your actions to come back to where you were not part of the we of the community, and now you know you have to be part of the we. Because like you said, when I meet you, I take you at your word. I take the world is the glass is always half full. People are good. That's how I believe. That's how I come. That's my nature in humanity. That's what I believe. It's until you show me something different where I have to step back. So if a person is saying they're having this experience, my job is to step back and listen and have enough empathy to go, how do I help you do the work? What do I need to do to support? Because it goes back, and if we bring it even in community, as we talk with the Me Too movement, my thing, I believe women. That's all I knew how to say. That was my work. What do I need to do? That hadn't happened to me, but I can empathize and I believe you. So when a person that has all the alphabets behind their name, BIPOC, whatever you want to call us, says this experience happened to them, don't go, well, I can't believe it because that person's such a great person. Because now the person who's offended is on guard because we can't trust that you're going to listen and support us.
Yeah, because here's a really basic point to make. The second you say, I can't believe that, you've put the other person in an unsafe situation.
Exactly.
And you've actually done it. They're no longer in a safe situation. They came to confide in you. You said, I don't believe it. You put them in an unsafe situation.
Yeah.
And they were coming to confide in you, right? It's actually really simple. And here's the thing. Some people can be really generous and really good to one person and be a fucking perpetrator to somebody else.
And those two can coexist together in that same person. And a lot of that has happened in our industry. And you know, that's what we're trying to say is one shitty person to me doesn't mean they were shitty to you. But you have to say, my story is my story, and your story is valid because that happened to her.
Well, and there's a lot of layers to this too, right? Because we're not saying the second someone tells you something difficult, cut the other person off, right?
Absolutely. We're not in calling out. We're not in that culture. We're not in cancel. Some people do need to be canceled, but that's a case by case basis.
Yeah. Well, really, we're talking about like layers of listening. Layers of listening. We have to start by believing each other.
Yes.
One of the things I think, you and I talked about when we were saying, what do we want to be sure and address? And, and you and I are having these conversations all the time. The truth is we've been having these conversations for years and we've been having them publicly for years. And we've both talked about how this work is endless. We're doing it all the time. We need more people to be speaking up publicly and speaking up in their local groups as well. And, because the truth is, I know you and I have both felt this, that we have been in situations where we are giving a keynote that we push even further than the people that expected us to. I have cried on stage all around the world talking about this stuff. And the truth is, it is every time it feels like I have just thrown my career out the window. I have risked my career more times than I can count. And, thankfully I haven't lost my career, but I know you've been in that situation too, where, we've both literally had our careers threatened for the work that we're doing.
Yes.
And
some people don't want to work with me. And I know the names and I know those people. And I, it's hard. I'm not going to cry. I have on waterproof mascara. I'm not going to cry. You are not having me cry. But I don't want anyone. So if it means I'm losing money, I'm okay, because money is a renewable resource. I'll find it somewhere else. I have skills. That's not a problem. I don't want anyone to have to go through and feel the way I have felt, the not things that have happened, especially in the, like, you know, I was talking about this for years, but it wasn't until last year when everything happened that it kind of threw, like, you know, the gates wide open. I don't want another person who is not in a position that I am in to walk away from this industry because their money is threatened. You know, they're not getting work and assignments and jobs because of speaking out. But if I'm losing things, I'm going to just have to be okay with that in order for the greater good. So this doesn't happen to someone else. So if I'm going to, you know, and yeah, every time I speak on this, I know a lot of people are uncomfortable. I know a lot of people don't want to work with me, and that's fine. And I'm just okay with that. And especially, like, you know, I got a lot of, you know, when I write about race, I get a lot of like disparaging emails and comments, and like somebody, you know, about my Vine Pair story about Juneteenth was like, California, you know, wasn't that bad with slavery. The minute you say wasn't that bad with slavery on and on, I'm like, I just, you know, save those and move on. But it's like,
California, let me quick side note. California was founded on indigenous slavery and then added African slavery too. California did even better than other states. They got multiple types of slavery thrown in there, you know? So, but that's a side note. But no, I mean, the truth is, like, I've walked away from a year's worth of income for this stuff, you know, and that's like one incident. Yeah. And, you know, in the middle of doing something like that, it's like knee buckling.
Yeah.
I said no, I said why, I hung up the phone, and then I walked into my room and I went and lied down for 4 hours.
Yeah.
And then I got up, and guess what? I found other work. You know, like you said, it's a renewable resource. And the thing that, for me, it's very much what you were just describing. You know, there is so much any one of us can do for each other. You know, we can, you know, the point of what I'm about to say is less about the religion and more about this, such a powerful cultural reference. We can be as angels for each other. Yes. You know, we regularly, any moment, there's an opportunity to suddenly magically appear in someone else's life and give that little bump that makes the difference. And the idea that I can't handle walking away from those moments. I cannot bear walking away from those moments. And there's two reasons that I can give as motivation. One, you know, my great grandmother barely spoke English. She was not even 5 feet tall. And she's, you know, a fully Sukbiak woman from many people from the outside call that Aleut. But the point is, she was in a mainstream society, she was vulnerable. And you know, as a little kid, I would step in between her and bad situations because she was everything for me. And for me, any person I meet, they might as well be my Amma, you know. I will not let it go by if I can step in. The risk to me is less than the pain of letting it pass. That is unbearable to me. That is unbearable to me. But the second really crucial life lesson I got in grad school is a horrible thing to do. It's like, oh my God, you know, I'm really grateful I did it, but dear God, I don't know how I got through it. But anyway, it was painfully difficult. I felt like a failure every single day. And I realized there was all this awful shit going on for all the other grad students. And that when I would see it, I knew how to solve it. And so I stepped up, and I was an only parent with a 5-year-old doing doctoral work in philosophy. Okay. It's not like I had extra time. All right. But my point is, I realized I understood how to fix these different things going on. And it seemed as if either no one else did or no one else was stepping up. So I stepped up and I volunteered to become the representative for graduate students, who is the liaison between all of the faculty in the department and the dean and the president of the school and the faculty committee. I would be the in-between. And for 3 years, I had that role in addition to my regular grad work and my parenting. And the thing that I learned was that if I felt like an absolute failure, or if I was in pain, or if I was ill, or I was struggling as a parent, I was doing good work as the grad rep. And I could hold on to knowing I also exist in that place where I am making a difference. I'm making a difference for all the people in this program. And I might feel like hell in my personal life, but in that one place, I am doing good work. And that means things are okay. And that's a lesson I'd like to invite people to consider. When we do things for each other, we're living as an angel for each other. It's this radiant, beautiful blessing of a space to live in. And we can choose to become that blessing, to live that space of being a blessing. And that makes our own struggles feel lighter. It lifts us to live with those too.
My mom always said we're blessed to be a blessing. That's where I get that saying from. If anybody ever heard me, like that is why you're here. I know sometimes we think like, who am I to do something? And I know like, it doesn't have to always be on such a grand scale. It could be just saying, I am going to be more observant in my day-to-day life to see where my community work needs to start.
Yeah, we don't have to fly across the world to save like, somebody.
No,
you down the street.
It's down.
Who's in the house next door, you know?
And I think we forget that sometimes because it's so, and also too, we live in a technological world, everything's so fast and advanced. But when we think of our wine world, right? A lot of wine people on here, you know, what can you do today? Which leads to what can you do tomorrow? Do you see, as you know, if you're, I'm saying this about tasting rooms a lot because the tasting rooms are open, people are visiting. Notice when you walk in these rooms of your winery, read the room. Does anybody feel uncomfortable? You can see someone feeling uncomfortable. You can see their body language. That is a quick way of knowing. You can see their body language. If you're in a restaurant, and for my SOMs, wine directors, people who run those, please be mindful not to sit the people of color in the back of the room, back of your restaurant. That is, I know sometimes you're telling your hostess and they might not understand. That is not what you do, because a lot of people of color feel slighted in that way, and you don't even have a clue that they felt that way. But trust me, it's going to come out and it's not going to look well. But if you can tell your staff, hey, let's be mindful of where we place people. We don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable. Knowing you have tables in the front, but you stick someone in the back, be really mindful of that. And that's just taking a cue and learning. And that's also creating community in your workspace, because community is not just in like your personal space, community is also in your workspace. And that is something, you know, I think about. I work in retail. You know, I think, how do I create this community of people coming in? How do I make them feel welcome? How do I make them feel part of the store that is the community? This is a community neighborhood store. I want to create that community. So I want everyone to feel welcome, from the person who is a Black person drinking the Moscato, right? This whole stereotype of that. I'm making them feel just as comfortable as if they were drinking Barolo.
Yeah.
It's the same.
It's the same. And it's just, how do I make the person in front of me feel welcome? It's as simple as that, you know? And I mean, I think, you know, I think it's important for us to share examples too. You know, I know, I talk to a lot of people that they want, I really, it goes back to what we were saying. I really believe people want to be doing good. People want to support this change. And a lot of people feel frozen. And I'm going to be really blunt again. A lot of white people feel frozen, don't know what to do, right? Because let's be real, the idea of just even noticing this stuff is a new concept for a lot of white people right now.
Yes.
And so then they're trying, a lot of white people are trying to make this shift to try to acting, but then are afraid of doing the wrong thing. And so I think it's important for us to share examples of when people have stepped up for us, or we've seen people step up, in the community in really powerful ways. Simple examples, you and I are both volunteering our time all over the place, helping to do scholarship selections, helping to create scholarships, giving talks, privately helping people connect to other people. Those are simple examples. But do you have some other examples of ways people have stepped up for you, or that you've seen in the community that you think people can keep in mind?
Well, I will say for me, a lot of people, I love education. I love sparkling wine education. And to actually now I see people hiring me to lead sparkling wine workshops for the trade, which before that would never have happened. I want to say that. And I also want to say, starting with Batonage, because 4 years ago, when I reached out to them because I couldn't attend, but I bought a ticket, and I said, how can I help? They said, well, we have other people who bought ticket that can't make it. And I said, well, how about we give scholarships? And they could have said no. Like, okay, they could have said, we taking the money. We don't need to give it to anybody else, but they didn't. And those scholarships have continued. I mean, they have
they've grown every year.
They've grown every year with people in attendance to go. And so for me, I look at it like the sparkling, there's a person who is a PR person. And she was like, I had to fight for you to lead this class because the trade didn't want to, because of the way you talk about race, because they were very controversial. They didn't, they were like, oh, well, maybe. And it was a great success. So they didn't have to do that. And I also think having someone in the room saying your name when you're not there, because you don't even know they're speaking your name, that is powerful. And that more of that needs to happen. And also, I will say, like, I love volunteering and speaking. I actually like also getting a check because I have a mortgage as well. But to say, like, things are happening and things are changing and the community is coming together. But that's also people who in their personal time have done the work to say, hey, I'm moving my personal work into my professional work, and I'm fighting for this person. Because I always say, even if it's not me, I know a plethora of people that could go on your media trip, that could be part of your trade tasting, that would like to see wines, like I know those people. But it's also, when we talk about people stepping up and they're nervous about stepping up, you're going to be nervous. You're going to be uncomfortable. Like, that's just part of it. If you want to be part of the community means uncomfortable.
But here's the thing, if you're nervous, that's means you care. That means you're getting ready for something that's important.
Yes.
That's the other thing too, that I try to emphasize for people. It's like, we're all going to have a lot of goddamn feelings, right? And sometimes the feelings are fucking hard, and I'm using cuss words to emphasize I mean it, okay? But here's the thing, if you're nervous, that means you're about to do something important and you're getting ready. If you're doubting yourself, that's a great sign you are on track doing something you haven't done before. Self-doubt is an appropriate feeling for trying something new. That means your physiological responses are working. So if you feel self-doubt, celebrate that. Oh my God, I just got an affirmation from myself that I am on the right track to changing my life. If you're nervous before public speaking or joining a new group or getting some new work done or project, thank yourself. My God, I'm amping up my energy to do something that's really important to me. Yes, like, shift this stuff. Like, these difficult feelings are affirmations from ourselves that we're on the way to something. The one that's really difficult, and it has been coming up a lot lately, because a lot of white people reach out to have conversations with me one-on-one in private, working on this stuff. It's like, I feel like I'm like a personal race coach counselor,
yes, you are.
And the truth is that one of the harder feelings that's been coming up for a lot of people in these conversations in this year are guilt and shame. Shame for their privilege and guilt for not knowing what to do. And here's the thing. If you're feeling shame, that is a sign, that's an affirmation from yourself that you have the privilege, which is the power to do more. You did not, none of us chose how to be born. We didn't even get to fucking choose to be born, right? Something just happened and here we are. So shame about our privileges we have, that's inappropriate. We didn't pick it. We can pick now how to act and what to do. So if we're feeling shame over our advantages that we have, that is a sign that we have incredible power to make positive change for others and for ourselves. Mm-hmm. So see that shame as an affirmation. If you're feeling guilt, that means you better get started.
Yeah, shame is motivation. Shame should be your motivation.
It's a sign that you've got plenty you can pull off and do. You just need to do it. You just need to do it.
Yeah. So where have people helped you over this past year, to not only, in your professional work, but also in your community work?
The truth is because I grew up, I'm a Native person, but I pass in lots of contexts. I grew up in a fully Native family, but my parents didn't want me to go to a boarding school. By the way, Indian boarding schools still exist in the United States. They were founded here. Canada copied us and got rid of theirs. We did not get rid of ours. We still have them. My parents did not want us to go to an Indian boarding school. And so they moved us into Anchorage so we could go to a mainstream school. But that meant I was always in this mixed world, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And so I've spent my whole life feeling out of place. And the truth is, I have always felt like an endangered species. And I've been talking about being Indigenous. I've been in the wine industry for 9 years now. I've been talking about being Indigenous from the beginning. And I know right before you and I met, it's part of why you knew who I was because I was writing about race already. This is years ago now, right?
Yeah.
And so I'm out there talking about being Indigenous. No one knows what the hell I'm talking about. I'm talking about race. People are scared to hear it. And in the last year, it's finally shifted. Like people are like, this sounds so basic, but people are actually checking on how I'm doing. That is so basic, right? But here's the thing, and I'm sure you get some of this too. I think it's really important that we've been talking about how it feels like a career risk. We lose money like for what our work, because I know that so much of the wine world looks at you and looks at me and they think, man, those women are amazing. They're so strong. They've got everything they need. They got it dialed in. They know what they're doing. And the truth is, we need each other.
Yes, badly.
We're people and we're putting ourselves on the line all of the time because, I want to reemphasize something you and I have said a lot, but doing this work, if you can count the things you've done to help people, you're not doing the work, right? It doesn't mean that doing those things was bad. It means that the moments you've helped people stand in such contrast to how you normally live that you notice you helped someone, and then you can count those things out. That means you're not doing it that much, right? To really do this work, I mean, you got to get started. In the big, when you're getting started, you're gonna notice. That's good. But over time, if you're really doing this work, it's just gonna melt into your everyday life. This is a lifetime commitment and a lifestyle, right? We're doing this all the time. But the thing
doing
is,
the work is not keep the score. You don't keep.
No,
score.
it's not. No,
you don't keep score. It's like it's second nature. That's what we really want.
Part of how you live
to be second nature. Is not. It infuses every single part of your life. in everyone else's life in so many positive ways.
But the crucial point here is like, we're people. This is about caring for humans, right? And that means we have to care for each other. We need each other, and we need people to be checking in on how we're doing, you know, and send soup and, you know, just really simple. I think that's the thing. It's just really simple stuff like that.
I think, you know, there's always been this whole idea, and I have to always say this, I identify as Black. That's the term I use interchangeably, African American. This whole, like, the strong Black woman, right? This idea of, like, usually when I'm after these talks, I usually have to take like 10, 15 minutes, make some tea, and I literally just lay on the floor and just kind of, some days sob, some days like just let it all out. And this idea of, I feel like a lot of times I see it, and, you know, it could be, you know, if you know, let's get a Black woman to do it. You know, we're thinking Stacey Abrams, right? But we could be phone banking to help, and not just thanking Stacey Abrams for the work she's done, right? Or thanking another person, a Black woman, because that's the emotional labor we take on. Because sometimes I just want to talk about coffee or wine or sparkling or puppies on the internet. Sometimes I just don't. And so I'm learning how to actually take that time for myself to not actually, as I like to say, be captain of saving everybody. Because that is something I will personally take on, in a detriment to my health, because I want to help everyone. I want to see everyone to succeed. I'm trying to get through all the emails. I'm trying to get through the texts and the phone calls and all of that. And as being strong, but for me, sometimes community, and I'm, you know, it's a bunch of ladies, whatever you like, just like, send me a photo of like some funny dance video, like DM or text or email it to me. And I'll be so happy, because also it gives me that kind of a simple luxury of joy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because for so many times I'm trying to embrace joy mid-year as my word, I guess. The joy in reading a book about somebody else's joy, not also, that's the community as well. If your friend wrote a mystery book or something, just send it to me. Tell me, like, because I want to support people too, because I don't want everyone to support BIPOC people just because we have a month, right? Read the books, buy the clothes, buy the makeup, whatever it is that you want to buy the wine, you know, whatever it is that you find, that's the way to start community as well. I always tell people, when you diversify your feed, now when you diversify your social feed, are you diversifying also your products that you use? You know, a lot of people commented on my lip. Okay, this is from a Black woman called the Lip Bar. It's called Hot Mama. Like, this is the lip color. Support that as well. $12 at Target, you know, that's also part of the community. The community is saying, I am supporting people, and whatever way that may mean at that time for you. Because for me, it means I wear lipstick, I wear makeup, I like makeup, I'm a foreign beauty writer. Okay, let me find a lipstick that works. I found this Black person. Okay, I love it. Now I need to support more people. Is there a person, you know, that's Asian I can support that to do that as well, from like a skincare product? It's ways we can do the community work and still have a voice and be vigilant, and show other people that we're a broad spectrum of people. Because I think we forget that time of BIPOC people. We're not a monolith. We're all very different. We all have layers.
Because we're actually individual people.
We're actually individual people. And we have layers of stories. Like, I always say, like, one of the things you know, like, I love, like, when Issa Rae came out with the awkward Black girl on YouTube before this was like a TV show. I loved it because I saw so much of my nerdy, geeky, Francophile self in her. And I was just like, I hadn't seen that before. Like, oh, also, here is a dark-skinned Black woman who really looks like me, being very goofy, being very awkward, being very funny. And I love that, because she wasn't talking about being strong. She was just being goofy. And that was something that also helped me to see myself. And I mean, I'm 30 years old at the time that her show was really coming out. And that's also part of your community work, your feed. What are you watching? What are you listening to? learning is not just about the trauma, it's about the joy.
Thank you. One of the things that's been happening, a lot suddenly out of nowhere, people want to interview me, but specifically about my being Indigenous. Like that's brand new. Okay. But my being Indigenous is not just about all the bad shit that happened to my people. Quit thinking the way to understand is looking at the trauma and the bad shit.
Yes.
Let's look at the joy. Let's look at the successes. The truth is the history of the United States, of North America, of the entire planet actually, is that people of color around the world, Black and Indigenous and people of color from around the world, have been mistreated and disadvantaged. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
And look at how fucking mighty we are. Right. Yeah. And so, yeah, we need to be honest and real about the challenges, but to tell the full story, we have to be celebrating the successes. Julia, you are a badass. You are changing the world. I am positive I'm changing the world too. And it is an honor to have the opportunity to do that. And absolutely it's because of the resiliency of my family and my people. And resiliency comes from having survived hardship. But guess what? The bigger, more interesting part of the story is the individual successes. And we need to be sharing those and amplifying those for each other.
Yes.
Because guess what? If we want the change for our community, that change is supposed to be about success, joy, celebration, sharing together, connecting, relaxing.
Yes.
Having a nice time, right? So let's start making that the focus. Let's start talking about that. Let's start learning about the things each of us like to do. We both like red lipstick. I love it.
We love it. And like I always say, you like my magic, but I want you to love my joy. And the reason why I say that is, I love to read. A lot of people, and I mean, I love you and I and a lot of us on here, we all love that geeky wine knowledge, right? We love it. It's fun. But then when I'm reading a lot of it's summer, lighthearted books, romance books, but I found an Asian American writer yesterday. I was talking about romance novels and Helen Wong, and I just bought all her books yesterday. I'm like, can't wait for them to come on Bookshop. Right. And I was just like, yes, I get to buy all these books, romance books. And it's just something, it's just joyful. I want to read about Asian joy as well as I want to read about Black joy or Indigenous joy. I want to read about the joy because I work in the trauma. I work as a result of trauma. So I need to find my own pockets of joy and that is also part of the community as well. If you come across something, and I always say, reach out more. What I have found, more people are willing to just answer your call, answer your DM, just reach out and ask hey, I thought of you because your feed looks so different. Maybe you would like this book. I saw this article from the Atlantic. Maybe you want to read that. Maybe from the New Yorker. Maybe you read an article from Ebony. Maybe you read an article from Jansen's or VinePair or anywhere else that someone may want, and it touched you. And that starts a dialogue. And that is what community building and community learning is all about, is a consistent dialogue to make the community, which makes the world better.
Yeah. So we've just got a few more minutes. So I feel like we should give some takeaways or things like that. One of the things that I want to say, I really appreciate, there's multiple women in wine events, happening all over the world now, thankfully. And one of the things I'm really grateful for is that some of them have started working together and really partnering and amplifying each other. And, as one example, Lift Collective and Botanage have been supporting and amplifying each other, sharing resources like the code of conduct and things like that. That's an example of community building, of recognizing competition is no longer helpful, right? And in the negative sense, right? Sometimes if we're competing with ourselves and our own histories, that drives us forward. But really, community building is about partnership, about collaboration, about sharing resources and seeing that advantages both and all of us. And so that's an example that I'd like to suggest, people can also consider, how can I do more to share resources? Who is a reliable partner? That's a way to get started too.
we all need each other. And at the bottom line, that's what community is about. We all need each other. And the way we change this, and like we're all having this conversation now, we can change literally the force that in the power we have right now. We can completely change this industry in the next 5 years. It doesn't have to be the next 20. In the next 5 years, all of us can, when we look at when someone says a wine professional, it's a rainbow of colors, shapes, sizes, ages, disability. If there's a disability, we can all do that. We have the power to do this now. It's just, I understand people are very apprehensive, but you got to get out of your way. You got to get out your way and say, hey, where do I want to see this in 5 years? In 5 years, I don't want to have this conversation. I want to have a conversation to say, look what we did in 5 years.
Well, and here's the thing. Look around. What's the need? What's the need, right? Yes. Okay, you identified that need. Cool, now call somebody. And just have the conversation. Hey, I've been noticing this has been going on. It's clearly something that needs to change. I want to work on it, but I can't do it myself. I thought maybe you'd have some interesting ideas, and start building the network, because again, when we work together, like you're saying, we have the power to do this. Absolutely. Like, let's set the 5-year mark, right? Let's come up with really clear goals. What are the needs? And the thing is, when, a lot of people are afraid to do something because they're afraid of what they're going to lose by standing up and for something or for each other. But when we do it together, the force is magnified.
Exactly.
That's a big part of where that power comes from. The force is magnified. That demands change. When we work together, the change just happens. And so that's what we have to do.
Well, people are greater in numbers. When you're greater in numbers, coming together, then like, okay, and we can all do them with different organizations, but we can all still do them together collectively.
Yes, yeah.
That is what community is, right? It is saying, hey, I know we're going to have like these road shows coming back up. Let me see who is pouring. Okay, well, there's an Asian wine professionals list, there's a Black wine professionals list, there's a Hispanics in wine list, there's all these lists. I need bodies that I'm going to pay, because let's talk about that. I'm going to pay those bodies and put them in my budget. So when I hit that city or that area, I have a core group that I can help. They get a job and they're part of my community. Right. And so when other consortiums and tourism boards and everyone sees this, they're like, oh, look at that group. They're doing it. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
You just might have to think outside the box a little. But the way we're all connected, it's not that hard.
But we don't have to solve it alone. Again, exactly. We need to talk to each other. We need to talk to each other and advocate where we can.
Yes. Because at the end of the day, what we wanted to be for all this anti-racism, colonialism work, we want to be an accomplice, an advocate, and we want to be a community.
Amen.
Amen. That's it. I think we're good on time.
I think we're exactly good on time.
Look at God.
We're professionals. That's because we're professionals. So thank you to everybody for having us. It's a huge honor to help open Batonage and to have been part of it for since its founding. And so thank you to everyone for being here, for your comments, and for being with us through this opening keynote. Thank you to the entire Batonage team. Huge thanks to the sponsors. Events like this are super important, and they need sponsors to happen. And so thank you for sponsors for stepping up and making sure Batonage could happen this year. It's an enormous amount of work to make these events happen online. And so huge thanks to Katie, Rebecca, and Ella for doing that. And very much, of course, to Stevie and Sarah for founding.
Yes.
Love you, Julia.
Love you more, babe. Love you, Elaine. Thank you guys so much. And I'll be on all the rest of the panels tonight. I'm excited for them too.
Me too.
Great. Thank you so much, Elaine, Julia. As always, a pleasure. And you never cease to amaze us and how real you get. So just much appreciated. And now we're going to go ahead and introduce our first panel session. So this is, I have a few, we have some incredible women here that will be a part of this panel. So I'll go ahead and introduce them and we'll get them on screen. So the moderator for this panel is Etinosa Emokpai, based in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. She has over 10 years of experience in hospitality in renowned restaurants in New York and Philadelphia. She served as the beverage director at Walnut Street Cafe, and most recently as the wine director of Friday, Saturday, Sunday in Philadelphia. So Etinosa was named one of 750's Rising Stars in Philadelphia for 2019. Erin Smith of Slurp Wine in the United Kingdom. She is a native Californian and worked in finance for nearly a decade before moving to Burgundy to pursue a career in wine. She landed in the UK working for one of the oldest publications in the UK, Harper's Wine and Spirits magazine, as a deputy editor. And from there, she went to retail and marketing, working with some of the biggest independent wine retailers and brands in one of the most competitive wine retail markets internationally. Gabriella D'Augusto has been Clay's in-house wine director since its 2017 opening, curating the wine program of more than 200 international labels. D'Augusto started her culinary career as a cook in well-known New York City kitchens, where she learned from some of the world's most distinguished chefs, including Chef Seamus Mullen at Boqueria and Chef Kurt Gutenbrunner at Walsay. She is a graduate of the Culinary Arts program, as well as all wine programs offered at the Institute of Culinary Education. Nadine Brown is a 20-year veteran of the Washington area restaurant industry. She spent over 14 years at Charlie Palmer Steak as their wine director and sommelier. Nadine and her husband were managing partners of Society Fair in Alexandria, Virginia. She's a proud board member of the Restaurant Association of Metropolitan DC and the new nonprofit, the Verasian Project. Nadine founded At Your Service, where she offers virtual and in-person wine tastings, wine education, and consulting. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to Etty, who is the moderator, and will kick it off for us.
Oh, thank you, Katie, for making us sound good. Thank you all so much. Thank you to Batonage and to all the sponsors for having us here today. I'm truly honored to be here and have this discussion with these ladies. And yeah, just to get it started, I mean, we're talking about COVID, which is still going actually. But I think for me in particular, I think COVID is always going to be, conflicted for me because of the fact that, we kind of survived all this death and kind of destruction and mayhem. But it also afforded me time to kind of experience myself and to actually have time to myself to figure out what I wanted to do, like what wine meant to me, what I meant to this industry. And I think that the stories that you're going to hear today is just really kind of talking about that, talking about the ups and the downs, talking about the transitions that we've taken and how we're still kind of dealing with that. But I guess to first get it started, I'm going to talk to Erin. And I think when we met like a few weeks ago, I just thought your story was super fascinating. You being based in the UK and just literally everything that you have gone through in terms of transitioning jobs and into retail. So I'd love you to discuss more about that, what that was like for you.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks so much, actually, for the sponsors and just for having me as part of the panel today. It's so inspiring to even be able to participate in something with so many fantastic women and different diversity and background. It really is an honor. Yeah, so my story, I came to wine, kind of in a roundabout way, but I think for COVID in particular, and just talking about the impact and kind of my journey through COVID. So I was working as the head of content and then the head of brand marketing for Majestic Wine, which is quite a large wine retailer in the UK when COVID happens. It is a retail business that has 200 plus stores across the United Kingdom and well, mainly in England and Scotland, as well as a big online presence. COVID was, for retail in particular during lockdown, was a massive opportunity for the business, although we did have a number of physical stores that we operated kind of a dark store model where we were able to use them as hubs to actually deliver online to customers. It did change trends that we already saw in the UK wine market. So people moving online, online retail expanding, that was already happening, but it really did just change the pace overnight. And what we're seeing now as far as trends is that I don't think it's going to go back to the way that it was. We're still actually, online retailing is maintaining its growth. If you're looking at a lot of the Kantar reports that just came out today, actually, it is still quite significant, and I think it will continue to climb. That does mean that businesses are having to change. They had to change really quickly in the UK, and we had to change overnight to kind of support that type of growth. So I was with them up until about August of last year. So I switched jobs actually in the middle of the pandemic, which interviewing in this kind of format, Zoom was still quite new then. Right. It had its own emotional ups and downs, I can tell you. Yeah, I had an opportunity to actually join quite a small business called Slurp Wine that is really operating kind of like a startup. But it is owned by one of the biggest sparkling wine producers in the world, a company called Henkel. So they own brands like Freshenet, Prosecco and Freshenet de Cava, as some of the brands that sit within their portfolio. So it really was a tale of two halves. I saw growth and amazing opportunity with one of the biggest retailers, and then kind of the opportunity that had for a smaller startup that was bought out in the middle of the pandemic. So taking some of the expertise that I learned there and applying it, I think it is everybody. It was really all hands on the pump, I think, at all times. It was hard to turn off, I think, because people literally, I think, they locked down with toilet paper and wine. Yeah. I'm absolutely certain of that. Yeah. Everybody was trying to get through with, but those were some of the necessities that people ended up taking in. So I felt very fortunate to be in retail at that time. And people were already, online retailing is quite big in the UK, just because I think some of it has to do with different forms of payment, so Apple Pay and contactless payments are already quite advanced here. Most of the population is using them. Cash is almost unheard of now. Those things actually meant that the pace at which things were changing is just, it's been a wild ride, but demanding at times, really challenging, but incredibly rewarding. So that's how I've found COVID.
Cool. And yeah, and I'm interested to kind of hear about kind of like logistically what were kind of the struggles for you in terms of retail, because I know for me, like I work for a distributor now, Skurnik Wine and Spirits, and so delivery, because of the growth of people buying and the demand, obviously delivery, servicing, and just like that, there's always been such an issue with that. There were already an issue. There's like in the United States alone, there's a shortage of truck drivers. So that's like a big problem for everyone that I think I'm experiencing. But I'm interested to hear how it's been for you in UK and getting wine to people, things like that.
Yeah, the struggle is definitely real on that front. I think we've had a couple of different self-inflicted problems. So Brexit was already going to be a challenge that happened before COVID even happened. So the type of paperwork trying to get goods out of Europe and into the UK was already going to be a problem, and then you compound it by that kind of, we're seeing the same problem. One of the things really interesting as far as HGV, I mean, there are lorry truck driver shortages at the moment. So we have the same problem. Equally, because it's an island, container ships and the shortage of container ships and the shortage of steel has become a massive issue. So normally, typically, where some of our European suppliers would be able to get goods to us if we order week 1, you get it by week 2, or week 1 to week 3. We're looking at lead times of 8 weeks, and this is forecasted to take us all the way through into next year, like way into next year. This isn't going to get better, so it is kind of snowballing at this point. Getting Christmas orders in is becoming like quite critical at this stage, because you just don't know if you're going to be able to actually get them here in time. Warehousing space is at an all-time minimum. It is super competitive right now, so costs are going up. One of the things that you kind of touched on, though, getting it to the last mile, the final mile, is an interesting one. So where you've seen crop out here, at least in the UK, and I don't know what it's, I'd be interested to hear what's going on in the US. Actually, we've had a huge increase in, there's been a lot of new startups that are entering into like order within 10 minutes and it'll be at your door. So there are a huge number of apps like Getter, Gorillas, or Wheezy that are all doing delivery. You literally place the order, kind of like Uber Eats, but they're competing massively now into the convenience market sector. So you're seeing people who are doing top-ups. So yes, people will do bigger, less frequent orders from a retailer like Slurp or Majestic, and then you can do top-ups along the way. Instead, where you normally might have gone in on the way home, if you stopped at a Marks and Spencer's, so that's like a retailer that you see that you would normally come across in like a train station. So on your way home, and you would pick up there. But actually now, instead of doing that, because so few people are going back to work, where we are in the pandemic, a little bit, just for context, is we still are in lockdown. We're not traveling that much. Masks are still required if you go into any locations. It is loosening, but we actually just had an extension. They were expecting us to be kind of coming out of lockdown on the 18th of June, and that has been postponed until at least the middle of July. So that is the online, this is helping support a lot of the online growth on an ongoing basis. But yeah, the logistics challenges between Brexit, which was always going to already have a problem, and then there's a lot of pressure on the supply chain at the moment. Just trying to get orders out, it's a nightmare.
I bet. I mean, I'm experiencing it myself, albeit in a different country, but it's still the same story. And I guess, we've been talking about largely kind of like the macro issues, but I'm so interested to hear as well, just kind of how you've dealt with all of this, personally. I feel like, I think we've all kind of experienced on this panel of obviously interviewing for new jobs and things like that, but to do it in the middle of a pandemic, I guess, how have you kind of kept sane when the world was certainly not?
I feel a bit fortunate in the sense that I think that I'm one of those people, the more you tell me it's impossible, the more I want to prove you wrong. But I think, honestly, a stationary bike, I think, is probably what saves my sanity, if I'm completely honest. That's been my therapy. I think it is hard, being that I didn't have much else to do. Actually, you weren't able to go out and meet with friends. It was quite restrictive in the UK, particularly in London. It was not great. There were the variants, the different variants that we've had were really bad at times. So I think out of respect for other people in your community, you stayed home. And with that, that meant, you know, being able to actually devote quite a bit of time and moving jobs. Probably wasn't the best thing for my mental health, in the sense that I think that it's hard to take a break now. I find it even harder than it was, and cutting off and making sure that you actually carve out some space for yourself. Because probably, particularly in the roles that I've changed to, because I'm more in a leadership position than I was, although I was part of the leadership team at Majestic. This is definitely like more like running a business. I think it's important to set that example. It's really important to give and recognize burnout in your team and in yourself, and make sure that you are generous and kind, I think, and understanding, because I think we really, it is, you know, actually in some ways though, it is amazing how much more people are a lot more gentle. At least we've seen that here with one another. We are participating in one of the first outdoor events that's been allowed to go forward as a food and wine festival in the UK. And the first weekend was on this past weekend was on Saturday. And I was amazed at how respectful everyone was in looking out even just for space, and trying to make sure everyone was giving each other adequate space and respecting each other's. And it's like, it's important to do that for your teams. It's important to make sure that you're actually giving them the mental space. They need a break. We can't go anywhere. We can't travel. So I think really encouraging to, and you have to do that, not just in telling them and reminding them, but making sure you set that example, and making sure you do it for yourself is really important. Because I mean, you're really not going to be as good as you could be if you don't make sure that you give yourself, give your, you know, you're kind enough to yourself, rest, recharge.
Absolutely.
It's really, I think it's critical that we set that type of example, as you know, leaders of some of these businesses. You need to make sure that you are flexible now more than ever. I think I don't think employees will. I think if you want to attract the best of the best now too, I think it's going to be impossible if you're not willing to kind of be flexible, go down, you know, and allow people to kind of set their own pace, and making sure that you are just giving each other, being kind actually too. I think that those are things that employees are going to be looking for more and more as we come out of it.
Yeah.
People have a choice, you know?
They do. And that's actually a great segue, you know, in talking about, you know, in talking about employees and change and things like that, in particular in terms of restaurants, and Gabby, and being a sommelier, working, you know, at a restaurant, New York, is, I think, probably one of the hardest things. You know, my past job was a sommelier, but, you know, I was laid off pretty much at the beginning of the pandemic, but you essentially kept working through it. So I guess, what were some of the changes or the changes that you experienced from, you know, being a somm on the floor to kind of navigating this kind of brave new world, you know, you know, and especially where you were at, so.
Well, yes. Well, thank you for having me in this great panel. Yes, it has been, you know, a crazy year. We went from being closed for over 2 months, then to reinvent the business as a delivery and takeout store place, as you know, many restaurants did at that point in New York. Which was a different model of business, because, you know, previously we didn't do any takeout or delivery. I mean, takeout some, but it wasn't our main business, and we didn't do any deliveries whatsoever. And then from there to be reopened, you know, in mid-June, and, you know, that was as well another change because it was being open outside during summer, with all the fear that we all had at that point, because at that point vaccines weren't available. We had to work, it was really an exposure to something that at that point we really didn't know how how it really worked.
Mhm.
And that was, a whole other thing. Now we are vaccinated, thank God.
Yeah.
And things are start to, being a little bit more flexible, and people are being loosening it up a little bit. And, it was great to start this conversation with Julia saying, how are we going back to a normal? What is normal? And I think that's where we are at now. How we can reinvent this industry, because as they were saying at the opening of the conversation, the normal wasn't good for a lot of people.
Right.
And that became like really, really noticeable, that a lot of people weren't happy and normal wasn't good. So, and especially in this industry, I think now it's a great point to start that conversation, how we can build a hospitality industry that is also there for the workers, and how we can change the culture of yes to everything. And I think that's where we are at. I'm very, very scared that people are like really rushing into like, let's go back to where we were, and we're gonna miss this opportunity of really change things. And as Julia was saying before, change can be painful and is frightening, but it's necessary.
Mhm.
If we want to retain people, if we want to have people coming back to the industry, that is the other big change, as you were saying, that we're having now, that people they left the industry for different reasons. And now how we can, and then it was a time, as you said, that you could sit down and think, I mean, is this healthy? This is what I want to do for a living.
Mhm.
How much I do really enjoy this. And I think a lot of people are asking themselves those questions, and a lot of them are deciding not to come back.
Right.
So, I think it's a very important place that we are at. And I'm really afraid that we're going to miss this opportunity of really having a change. I mean, if we don't do it now, I don't know when that is going to happen, after. It's so real for everyone that change is necessary.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I think like in particular with restaurants, because I know for myself, like one of the big reasons that I didn't go back was because I was burnt out. Like I was done, been in restaurants for 12 years, and I was just so tired. And also knowing that like, were things going to change? Were they going to get better? Was I going to be offered healthcare? All these things that, in other fields, it's kind of, a given, but for whatever reason in restaurants, for a lot of people, there's so many people that are uninsured and were treated like crap.
Exactly.
And so I guess like I'd ask you, like, just because you've been working through it all throughout the entire pandemic, I mean, what are the certain things that you would like to see change, if we collectively can seize this opportunity to really change the industry and make it work for the people that make it happen for all the guests that come in, and
Well, I think we all need to be on board on this, because one restaurant can't change things per se. We can, from our corner, establish a new set of rules that, if you want to sit at our table, you need to follow those. You can be abusive with our staff. It's not going to be tolerated. So, these are, and especially, doing, and that was like so visible to us during the pandemic, because I mean, at September, August, when, we were out there without vaccines, risking our life for something that is a luxury. at the end of the day. You know, it's you really don't need to go to a restaurant to eat to survive, right? So, you know, it was really obvious to us that we were providing a luxury and we needed to be treated right. You know, we had so many customers that were like terribly abusive that we had to turn them away. We were like, we're not doing this. This is not happening anymore.
Right.
On the other hand, we had a lot of support, which was amazing to see. We had a community that came and support us. We had a community that ordered when we opened for delivery. They ordered 3 times a week because they want to support. They want us to have our doors open. They understood that what we were providing was important to them because we were taking care of them, you know, through food, to be comforting in that way. So we had a lot of support from a lot of people that way, you know, out of the way to make us feel that we belong to a community and we were playing an important role in it. There was a lot of people that were acting that way, and those people were like, well, you know, just go to another restaurant.
Right.
But I think all restaurants, we need to come together and start establishing, you know, what is important to us. Our staff is important to us. And, you know, what Erin was talking before about how being, you know, that we need to be more flexible and understanding, you know, where we are at now. I mean, now I feel that things are getting better, obviously, as we all do. But, you know, for the past month, it has been like months. Everyone, you know, it's terrified of going to work and see, you know, what is going to be today like, you know, from a financial point of view. Are we going to make enough money? Is going to come someone really abusive? Is it going to rain and we're going to have to move everything inside? I mean, it has been like a very traumatic experience, and we're all really burned out. I think that is another great thing that Erin was saying, recognizing that in yourself and your staff, you know, and also I think it's important to have the customer understanding that.
Yeah.
And that we have been like very torn about it because in one hand, you still want to provide, you know, that experience that when you go to a restaurant, you know, everything is perfect, right? And that's what you're going there for. You are not going there to, you know, see them, you know, going through all these, you know, sweating and crying and the whole thing.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, I think we need to find a balance that they need to understand that, yes, sometimes I can keep the inventory that I had before because I just can't. I have to reduce the wine list, you know, like considerably because, you know, we didn't know if we would be able to be open. Now everything feels more secure. So I think the customer also needs to participate and understand, you know, that we are human beings as well that are trying to be there for you.
Right.
So, yes.
Yeah. I mean, I think that that's a really important point because I think I think the idea of hospitality in a lot of ways where it is this idea of just straight up servitude that, you know,
Exactly.
whoever's on the floor is like, you know, they are your personal waiter or waitress for the day. And it's just kind of like, you know, where's the human interaction in this? You know, I am actually a human being. I deserve to be treated with respect, just as you are coming into the establishment, and getting rid of this culture of yes. I think I was reading like an article the other day. I was talking about Danny Meyer's book and how it just needs to be reevaluated. And having worked for that company for years, it's like ingrained in me of like
exactly
how, like, you know, yes, it's always yes, and if it's a no, we have to figure out a way to make it a yes. And thinking about like how psychologically damaging that is to the person, and like how that kind of peters into the you know, goes into the rest of your life, and how you navigate the world. Yeah, we really have to break that down for sure.
I think in an ideal world that would work. I mean, you come to my house and I say yes to everything because I want you to feel happy on it, and because that's what we do, that's what we provide. But on the other hand, you know, it's there is a lot of abuse that allows to, and that needs to stop. You know, I had like conversations with people that, you know, they refuse to wear this. I'm talking like, you know, when we just reopened, and they didn't want to have the mask on when they were talking to the server. And I came to one of these tables and I said to this lady, I was like, would you feel comfortable if I was here talking to you without a mask? And she was like, no. And I was like, so why are you asking me to talk? It's like, why are you doing this? And she left because she refused to put the mask on. I was like, well, if that is the case, you need to leave.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And
because I'm not going to put my life at risk just because you don't want to be, uncomfortable for a couple of minutes while we're talking together when I have to wear these for 10 hours in the middle of July. It's just like, it's not comfortable. I'm not enjoying this.
Right.
So a lot of that happened. And so I think that conversation, we all need to be on board. And people, they're listening, that they don't work in restaurants. When you go to a restaurant, acknowledge that there is a lot of there is a staff shortage. It's like we don't have staff to work in restaurants right now.
Exactly.
We just don't have staff to work in restaurants. Therefore, things, you need to be a little bit more patient because, as was said at the beginning, we're in this, all of us together, trying to solve this situation, that we're facing globally. So I think it's important when people go to a restaurant to understand that that is the situation.
Yeah. That's everything that I would hope and pray that we get to as a culture. We're in a period of culture shifts, and I really hope that that's just where we're going. And then to kind of shift it to Nadine, who is, I like to say now, in our meetings before that we had about this panel, I like, in hearing her story and her transitions, like to call her a Jill of all trades, because she is kind of doing it all now. And I think you are probably one of the best examples to me as someone that like I certainly look up to in terms of your career and being at Charlie Palmer, and how you've kind of blossomed from that, and you're kind of doing all these really cool projects. And I would really love for you to talk about like where you're at, how that transition's been. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. I juggle between telling people that I'm pivoting. I know some people don't like that word, but I'm literally in a hotel room in New York. I could turn around. I'm in Midtown Manhattan right now. And a pivot is it's a really important tool, right, in mechanics and building this wonderful city. So I'm pivoting and making shit up and having a lot of fun. I think when you started, first of all, thank you, Basanaj, and so much respect for all of you ladies. I was clapping when Julia was on, so really excited to be here. You were talking about how COVID has been, it's hard to talk about the positives because there's been so much damage and people that are not with us anymore. But in a lot of ways, for me personally, it's really given me what my brother called bandwidth to even think about, doing other things. I left the floor in 2018. And like she mentioned, I was a managing partner of a pretty complex eatery. It had a wine bar, it had a butcher shop, a bakery. I was a general manager and also doing the wine as well. And then that lasted for about a year and a half, and that closed because restauranting is hard.
Yeah.
And then I put on my distributor hat, dragging a bag around the city, which I always said I didn't want to do, which is hard. It is, that transition was difficult. And so then I was leaving that right before I was working for a small distributor, and felt like I needed kind of to start at a larger distributor. So I was, changing distributors right before COVID happened. I'm a mom of two. Emerson is now 10. Estelle just turned 5, and they were doing homeschooling. And, so I've been home, since then with them, and started this new business called At Your Service. And at first it started with you know, a old customer, a lawyer, he was doing a dinner, he reached out to me, he got a catering company to send food to six couples, and he sent us all wine, and I got on Zoom and did a presentation, and we had dinner together, and we had a blast. And that was kind of how it started. I was surprised that we were still able to connect like we all are now. It's absolutely not the same, right? Yeah. But we were laughing. I mean, it was, you know, I was so happy that day in May. I remember of 2020 when I got this package, and really, you know, really was the first kind of opening. So, you know, that's how I started. I'm doing some consulting. I'm doing consulting in quotation. You know, at Society Fair, I worked with a consulting company, and, you know, kind of got a bad connotation for that word. But, you know, I also wanted to say that everything, you know, in the last 20 years, and I don't think we always think about, it's not always clear how everything that you do, you know, influences what you end up doing. You know, that there's a lot of, you know, life skills. Even I'm originally from Jamaica, even moving from Jamaica to Puerto Rico to Boston, you know, being a mom has helped me, you know, in transitioning to consulting, you know, just juggling stuff, listening to NPR. It's, you know, made me a better sommelier. It's just, you don't always know, you know, how all the things, you know, end up adding to be a whole, to the whole. Yeah, you know, so yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing. I mean, I was in Times Square yesterday, which is open. Yeah. And I posted a video on social media. I'll talk a little bit about my switch to social media and how important that's been for me in terms of finding joy and connecting with people, and as you know, doing some exercising, as Erin was saying, but also just doing funny videos and, you know, finding humor and making other people laugh, which is something that I did on the floor, which I didn't even really, you know, realize that I was doing before. But anyway, I posted this video, and Donald Patz, formerly of Patz Wine, saw it, and he's like, "Hey, I'm in New York too, and we're gonna go have a drink in a little bit with his national sales manager, and we might end up working together." Right? Okay. So again, you don't know, and just being open and making stuff up.
Yeah, I mean, I think that is 100% right. And I mean, I know just from, I think the first time we met was in Clubhouse, I think. Clubhouse, I don't know, is Clubhouse still like a thing now? But I think it's still going. But like there, you know, there was a moment in time where, I mean, I know for the wine community in particular, like we were all missing everyone, and it was just a really great way to connect and get to know people. And I know, like, hearing you and hearing what you had to say and your perspective was always just like really brought me a lot of joy in a time where, you know, there wasn't a lot of joy to see. So I am so happy to see that, like, transition to videos and just this idea of just spreading kind of positivity, and not in a way of like, you know, because you know how sometimes people say like, oh, positivity or like try to be positive, but it's almost like as a way to like tamp down your actual feelings. Like, I don't think of it as like that in terms of what you do. I think it's just trying to find joy in a time of a lot of anguish.
Yeah.
You know? I think too for you, and I guess I asked you this because of how Julia and Elaine opened up today and talking about community, you know, and I think community is huge, and it has factored so much into my life and where I am today in terms of the wine community, and also, you know, my community and my family from the Bronx and all of that. Like, how do you think that your community in DC and in Charlie Palmer and everything has prepared you for like everything that you're doing now?
You know, everything from, you know, networking is so important in any field, right? You know, and networking through Clubhouse, through social media. I've met people that honestly wouldn't have met. It would have taken, traveling to London and Italy and Germany and all of these places, and in terms of helping, no matter how, we all know that no matter how much you know about wine, you never know everything, which is one of the joys, one of the great things about wine, but even with 20 years in the business, I'm calling people, how do you do this? Can I see a copy of your service agreement? Should I set up an LLC or, something else? And I say consulting because, at your service is really a big umbrella. Last week I was auditing a client's cellar. I've done virtual stuff from birthday parties to, John Hopkins, so it's a range. John Hopkins professionals, working at Society Fair and, failing. There's been a lot of, talk about how much you learn from failing. And I learned a lot from working with that consulting company and, failing at that restaurant. Was having a hard time before I took it over. But I think, I can speak, when I go in to talk to a client and having that experience, I have more credibility, because I've been through it and I know the language from being a hostess. I started as a hostess in 1997 and, working front and the back of the house. My husband's a chef. So just, knowing that language really, really helps in terms of talking to people and just having a, just like studying, right? You can read about a wine region and stuff, but going to the vineyard, it's just a different type of knowing, and all of those experiences really give me a different perspective and a depth of knowing that I bring to the table.
Yeah. And then I think too, with the kind of work you're doing and essentially, kind of juggling all these jobs, I think I would really love to talk about, financials and how you navigate that world and, asking for what you're owed and all these things. I think because as women in particular, I think that we've been socialized in a lot of ways to not ask for, proper compensation or we don't know how because we haven't been taught in the right way because we're not supposed to. We're just supposed to just put a smile on and like, all right, sure, I'm gonna accept this. And, I think, and especially going into things where, you're consulting or, where it's kind of like you're setting your rate, I think it'd be really great for everyone to hear, like, how do you navigate that? How do you do that? Did you get help along the way or, yeah.
Yeah, I'm still learning it. I think part of it is just kind of a new space. I feel like sometimes both people don't know, right? Like how much do you charge for a virtual event? Well, it kind of depends if you're supplying the wine, if we're getting kits, back to reaching out to friends and colleagues, Julia Coney, I'm constantly texting her, how much do you charge? They just reach out to me to do this, I have no idea.
Julia is our godsend.
Yeah. I think I just mentioned her 3 times. And I feel like I definitely, at first I would put out a number that would be $400 and almost sound like I'm apologizing, to people. And then I think right now I'm also not conflicted, but trying to, because I want to be flexible sometimes depending, right? Because if I'm doing a 50th birthday for someone, I also want to be able to charge something differently than if it's John Hopkins, John Hopkins University or a law firm in DC, if that makes sense. So I think I'm still figuring out, because I don't have really prices on the website, trying to figure out how to do that, in terms of also being approachable and being able to do events for all sorts of people, like Julia was saying, whether it's a Moscato drinker or a collector, right? And it's not going to be the same range. So I'm still, working out that language. I've been listening to a lot of Gary Vee. I don't know who I also discovered during COVID. you know, in
Oh.
his videos. I feel like he's always talking to me. And if you don't know who he is, he just, you know, he runs Wine Library, I think, and just does these.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah. No,
Yeah, you know, these things about you know, knowing your worth and not taking your just the whole breadth of things. But yeah.
Cool. Awesome. Well, I mean, I'm again just always just really amazed by you and, you know, well, everyone, but you in particular,
That's sweet.
and just what a pioneer you've been for the wine community. So yeah,
Yeah, this is awesome. I mean, you know, a lot of us have stories, you know, they've been doing it for a while, of going to tastings and stuff and being the only woman. I mean, like,
yeah.
You know, not black, white, whatever, just the only woman.
Yeah.
The only woman. So this is
Yeah.
pretty incredible. And I'm excited. You know, I luckily have insurance through my husband, which is another part of the conversation, you know, because America, I don't want to get too political, but,
Yeah.
you know, I do have, you know, I feel more space, you know, to be creative and figure out what I'm working on.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess like just for the last question, for everyone can jump in on this, and this is something that I've been kind of thinking about for a while, just throughout kind of the pandemic, and this idea of kind of, you know, with all the transitions, in particular, I can speak to, you know, restaurants in Philadelphia where, you know, a lot of the top somms or the people that had lists, you know, they've transitioned into other positions in wine or completely out of wine in general. And I'm always thinking about this idea of almost like a lost generation of like, you know, who's taking over these lists, who is advocating for these people, like who's mentoring them if we're not in those roles anymore. And I think this can apply to kind of every field in wine right now. And I guess, so in talking about community, this brings up mentorship and how we are mentoring the people that are coming up behind us, because it's super important. Because I know, like, again, as I said before, like I wouldn't be anywhere without so many people, Elaine and Julia for one, and you know, have been a really huge source of inspiration to me, and I want to make sure that, you know, we continue that. And I think obviously, you know, Batonage and like, you know, Lift Collective, and they're all doing that work. But, you know, I would love to hear from all of you, you know, what mentorship means to you, and, you know, maybe ways that you're trying to navigate that and to, you know, bring everybody up.
Who wants to go first?
Whoever, anyone, it's a free for all.
I think I'll go first then. I mean, I think I just saw a comment, you know, about Batonage and their mentorship program. I think, you know, Batonage are a lot of great organizations, some that have been around, some that are you know, more new, like the Roots Fund, Wine Unify. I mean, there are a lot of, all of those organizations have a really important and critical mentorship. The Liberation Project, which I'm a board member of as well, you know, and we, Wine Equity, FemDivin, I think as well, you know, we offer kind of 4 different tiers where it's everything from, it's a quick phone call to something where you meet someone in person like once a month, because we understand people have different, you know, different bandwidths, different. I think sometimes, I mean, it is a big job. And I think it's important also to talk to mentees that they have responsibilities. It's also a big job to be a mentee, right? To show up, to, you know, people are not going to get you a job. You know, it's to offer guidance and expertise and, you know, different type of things. I'm looking for a mentor. I mean, I think back to no matter how long you've been in the business, right? Yeah. It's always great to have a set of eyes, different ears, you know, in terms of what you're looking for. Yeah, so different ways of doing it. You know, part of my consulting, it's not really, I mean, there are different types of mentor. I've mentored people that started as food runners, one that's just opening a restaurant, and I worked with him and just he had an interest. I invited him on the tastings, right? So that's mentorship as well. Part of my consulting thing when I'm working with a number of mom and pop restaurants, where I come in and just like help them, show them what an Excel spreadsheet looks like. And I'm working with the manager or the owner. I'm helping them with the wine, but I'm also mentoring them, whether it's certification, whatever it is that they're looking for. I'm getting paid, but it's mentorship. And I'm kind of, not selling it, but that is part of it. That I'm going to come in and, show you how to do, but also work with one-on-one with this person so I can, walk away and just kind of check in occasionally.
Yeah.
It's also, I think it's like something really important that you actually are in as more of us find ourselves in leadership positions in the industry as well. It's something that we live every day. So, it's not, I think, participating in programs outside of the businesses that you run is important, but it's also making sure that you live that truth, like in the businesses that you actually are in. So I think for us, that a lot of that is coming down to making sure that you're setting up mentorship programs when and where you can in the businesses that you operate in, and making sure that you're developing from within. And making sure that you're encouraging and promoting underrepresented individuals, because I think that is, if I feel like that's kind of one of the things that I know I can change, is making sure that is that's going to be a priority for our business, as someone who's directing that business, and making sure that we're making decisions that make that easier, and that the business itself and the broader teams that we work with know that that's a priority.
Right.
I think it's about making sure that it's not just lip service either, and making sure that's really part of it as well. So I think that those are as you move from one business to another too, you can see how different businesses are trying to tackle this. Like how do you help support people? How do you attract different groups of people into the wine industry? I think that those are absolutely imperative, that we are doing things that actually every day, it's in the everyday as well, that we can make sure that keeps coming to the front of the conversation. I think that's what we're trying to do. We also are participating and supporting in big things in the UK. So we have charities like the Drinks Trust and the WSET. We're actually making sure that you're empowering people and bringing them up in the industry with the right tools that they need so that they can be successful as well. I mean, there's nothing worse than giving somebody an opportunity, but not actually following through to actually give them the tools and the help that they need to be successful in those roles, and making sure that it's an ongoing conversation that you have. It's not just a one-off. I think that's kind of, that is what we're looking at trying to do, and part of the vision of where we're taking our business in the next 3 to 5 years. Like, how is it that we can do this every day?
Gotcha. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah. Gabby.
Well, I have been, yes, I unmuted myself. I have been working with Speed Drag for the past few months. They have a mentorship program.
Can you let them know what Speed Drag is, in case anyone doesn't know?
Yes, Speed Drag is a mentorship program for people in the beverage industry here in New York. Well, actually, it's nationally. My mentee actually is in Georgia. And they expanded it, usually oriented to the more like the cocktail aspect of it. And this year they expanded to other aspects like wine. So I jumped in this year with them. And also I'm going to start working with Wine Empowered, which is also a scholarship program for people in the wine industry. So this is all very new to me, and this is all very, happening during these crazy times that we have really to reinvent ourselves every day. So it's very new to me, but with Wine Empower, we're going to be doing classes from here to fall. So I think that it's going to be, I'm very excited for that. And also, as you know, you Nadine and Erin were talking about, also how you bring your staff into that conversation, and how can you be a mentor to your staff by, you know, staff training, and also to bring them in that conversation on how do we want this new business to be, right? So I think that's how I manage
Yeah, I mean,
those. Yeah,
like I think it's super. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to say one other thing. I've, you know, recently, especially on Clubhouse, just having people, and in the new world, you know, people reaching out, you know, sliding in your DMs, as they say, you know, and following up with people there. You know, I've had people reach out through social media, on Instagram, you know, asking for advice, you know, that kind of thing as well.
And that's important, because it's also about doing that for yourself too. Like I think I have a bunch of different people that I'm trying to rely on as like a sounding board, actually, because they all have different skill sets too. So it's kind of, one of them is really good actually as an entrepreneur. He's helping me to take more risks, and like I need him to keep pushing me into the uncomfortable, because I think, and that's kind of actually, I haven't found that actually all the things I'm looking for, probably because I need lots of help in lots of different areas. But I think it actually has been also like, finding kind of my team, and like seeing how it is that these are the people that I need to reach out to for different things that I know that I am struggling with, or wanting more kind of guidance, and finding a team of people that I can rely on, that actually through their experiences, I can, even just hearing their stories sometimes is also part of it. I think there is no right answer. It's just like, how do you deal with this? What have you done when you came up against this? I think that's kind of more me trying to find, you know, that tribe out there that is kind of behind me and helping me to be a better version of be the person I want to be, the leader that I want to be, the type of employee that I want to be. I think that's it's making sure that I've had to do that, sliding into people's DMs. I 100% recognize that. You don't know me, but
I mean,
that's actually really important.
Yeah. No.
And being a decent human, as you were saying, one last comment, just being a decent human being, you know, like, you know, especially if you're in a position where, you know, you're getting some publicity or something, you know, someone's always watching. I've had one of the best feelings is having a young som, like at a tasting, come and tap me. You don't know me, but I saw you in a magazine 15 years ago. And you were kind of like, you know, the first Black person I saw, and, you know, made me even think about this as, you know, so just being a decent human.
Absolutely.
And I'm out.
Yeah. No, you are right. And that was really great. But I definitely want to get to some of the questions in the Q&A. So I am going to, Stevie, you got all the questions. I love it. So Stevie says, Fritz is like, I am curious specifically how COVID may have enabled you as a retailer to change course and offer better opportunities or different spaces for women in wine or underrepresented minorities in wine. Anyone can take this.
I think specifically in retail, what we've looked at is, well, I'm the first female that they have on their board. So that for me is also, again, making sure that trickles down to other people in the business. I think that we're making sure that people are represented. I think that, and that you're also building teams or committees that are able to actually talk about this. So that's kind of, some of those are the exact, as far as what we're doing. I think engaging with broader groups too that are talking about diversity is a big topic in the UK at the moment, and I think that that's something that every business is trying to get you know, participate in, and making sure that they're supporting that. I think and having some of the organizations that we do that are leading the industry help guide that conversation also helps, but making sure that we're actually at the table listening, I think, is also a really important thing. So it is participating in a way, even if it is just listening, to make sure that you, as a starting point, it can't it can't always just be listening. You also have to do. It's not just about, I hear you. It's also about, I hear you, and this is what I'm going to try to do. And so I think that for us has been, I think it's a journey for the business that I'm with right now. And they're probably, but to be fair, I also think that actually COVID has also provided a really big opportunity around flexibility. So particularly, as you're saying, like with motherhood and trying to get, being more flexible has become a more important conversation, part of the conversation across the board. So I think that too will also help.
Awesome. And then I want to, because there's two questions about motherhood from Stevie and Sarah. So I'll just kind of combine those. And have any of you had to balance motherhood, caretaking with your businesses? How have you managed that? And then the other was Nadine, as a mother, how do you like restaurants and retail to change to better accommodate family life and our crazy schedules / obligations, which I think are very important questions to ask, because being child takers. I mean, I think COVID alone, it's something crazy like 5.4 million jobs women were lost during COVID, and a lot of those women will not be returning back to the workforce because of, in the United States, we don't have childcare. We don't affordable, at least, and mothers had to be teachers, so Nadine, love for you to
yeah childcare is crazy. My daughter, who just turned 5 in June, her preschool reopened, but it's $400 a week, in the DC area. I think I love saying that, because people, you get those eyes, people have no idea. It varies from region to region. I think one of the first things I did, actually working on the floor and working for Charlie for so long, that's part of why I stayed. I mean, I loved working for the restaurant and it kind of became my home, but they were really good to me in terms of, not good to me. I mean, I did my work, but in terms of offering me flexibility, but I also, did put in inventory while I was getting sonograms. I mean, just crazy stuff. To have to be both employer has to be creative, and flexible. I learned that there is no such thing as work-life balance, to just even get that out of my head. As I think we kind of think there's ever some leveling of the seesaw, and it goes up and down, trying to be present, when I'm with my kids and when I'm working. I've been doing a lot of Instagram lives. There are definitely a lot of times when, especially Estelle, she'll have a tantrum on live, and it's just real. You just, go with the flow. I've been trying time blocking, which is a new concept for me. And that's really helped, because I also have ADHD and I'm all over the place. And like scheduling, literally scheduling, story time, IG live, sending out invoices. So back to pivoting and making shit up.
Yeah. Yeah, but you're doing it.
Yeah.
Wow.
Let's see, next question. This actually would probably be great for, Gabby or so. Any advice for managing the expectations of customers who might be demanding a return to pre-COVID business models and are reluctant to accept change? Thank you, Valerie, for that question.
Well, I don't think it's possible. We're still, struggling with so many variants and so many factors, from like lack of labor, from still not being at the point where business were. All these, we're heading to the right direction right now. In New York, we can be at full capacity, but this is something that has been like less than 2 weeks old. So we're still trying to recover. So I don't think that that expectation of things and again, as we talked earlier, before COVID wasn't great. So I think if you are expecting that, probably our restaurant is not the place for you to be,
Right.
because it wasn't great for pretty much everyone that works in restaurants. So I think that expectation is just not, we can meet that. We just really can't. And we shouldn't also. I think things need to change to like a better workplace for everybody.
Right.
And that is going to translate into better experience to the customer as well. Because I guess the happier the people are at the workplace, better they can perform their job. But going back, I don't think we should. I think it would be really a missed opportunity if we go back.
I think it's going to take a little bit of time too, and as things settle out, and laying out expectations, whether if it's on your website, when people make reservations, so they know, it doesn't always, you can have as many signs as you want. There's going to be that jackass that comes in and doesn't want to follow them, but at least, I think I've been on, a couple websites just looking for reservations, and the first thing that pops up is like a paragraph about just literally their philosophy, like our staff, and our staff comes first, and really training, changing people's mentality. Hospitality, right? There's always, people do things in restaurants they would never do, like at a Foot Locker, right? Or ask for demands that they wouldn't do anywhere else other than hospitality. So, but
that's really funny that you mentioned it. Yeah, we have people that, we open at 5 and they come at 4, and it's like, it's okay if we sit down. And I'm like, we're not open. You don't go to a bank and you are like, well, I understand that you open at 9, but it's 6 a.m. I need this now. Just don't do it. And it's funny, yes, in restaurants, people would try to get away with things like that you are like, no.
I think also just about like not going back to normal. I think that even some of the things that we're looking at, flexibility and kind of work-life balance from a retail perspective, in one of what was probably the busiest year that retail has had, people worked at home. I can't, as someone in a business, go back to say, I need you now to come back in. We were able, if we're not empowering people to do their jobs, and are there benefits to people meeting up once in a while? Absolutely, because of the kind of, particularly around creative sessions and having that dialogue where you feel like you're not actually interrupting people, or you actually have the platform, you can kind of, bounce these ideas off of each other. Brainstorming sessions tend to work a lot better, I find, in real life. But I think how we asked them to work the hardest they've ever worked, and they did a brilliant job. They went above and beyond. It's just, there's no way that you can go back. And I think, especially as you're trying to, because we're growing business and we're hiring, if we want to get the best and the brightest, the flexibility now is a priority. I think people are going to demand it. It's not, and that in and of itself will help move this conversation, not just about, they're talking about making a law in the UK where you can't require people to work in an office, like as a thing. I mean, will it pass? Who knows? But I think that the conversation is actually, this has jump started that to a point where will it go back to normal? No, I don't think so, because it was, everybody got through it for a period of time, at least, not doing it that way. So why would we want to go back to doing it that way?
Right. Yeah, 100%. We got 2 more questions. So what, Stevie, again, killing it with these questions. What are each of your 5-year goals for charting positive forward progress in our industry? And did COVID shape those? If so, how? I mean, I'll start with that. I think COVID for me has really just been an eye opener of, you know, what I actually want to achieve in this industry. And like, you know, now I'm in distribution and I'm learning a lot. And I think for me, a 5-year plan is like, yeah, like, okay, how can I have my own distribution company and also have that be with people that look like me, Black and brown, because when you look at a lot of distribution companies in general and wide and all over, it's very, very white. It's very, very white. It's very, very heterosexual. It's very like, you know, the many of the beautiful people that I have met in this industry that are none of those things deserve a space to you know, to express wine and to express their knowledge and their input and their, you know, expertise in a way that, you know, is going to be beneficial for all. So that's like kind of what I'm trying to get at. And so like a lot of it for me right now is just like learning. You know, I'm currently, you know, just started a diploma, and thanks to the Roots Fund for, you know, I got a scholarship through that. So I'm trying to learn as much as I can in, you know, the next few years so that I'll be able to attain that goal, because I think it always bothered me. Like when I would go to like, you know, tastings for like, you know, portfolio tastings and stuff, and then look at the companies and see the fact that all the portfolio managers were white and usually male. Like it's weird to me, and it's still that way. Like how many portfolio managers can you name that are Black and brown, that happen to be LGBTQIA? Like that, I mean, that's got to change, right? Because like we clearly have perspectives and wines. There's so many of us that are coming out and that have unique perspectives to share. So that is my goal or for the next 5 years, you know. But yeah, everyone else can chime in. Oh, I think Nadine, you're muted. I don't know if you're.
Yeah, you know, just continue to be a better mom and find as much, you know, balance. And it's really important. I think it's great for them to see me doing something that I love, you know, and understand sometimes they want me to be with them and I can't, but I think that's fine. That's another thing that I, you know, that I came away with, that having them see me do something that I love, you know, having a staff, you know, being able to hire a couple people, especially because I'm trying to get different revenue streams, rooms, you know, so I can be somewhere and have, you know, other staff doing a tasting, someone else, you know, having staff, you know, working on a restaurant. Yeah, just continuing to grow. I think I don't even know what I don't know yet, in this time of change.
Well, I would say, oh, go ahead, Erin.
Go ahead. No, go, Gabby. Go, you go, you go.
No, I think for me, it's to create in, you know, this, I wouldn't say for the next 5 years, but for what is the remaining of this year, because, you know, I think with COVID has teach us how unpredictable life can be, you know, and how you need to adapt to new situations but I think it creates a healthier workspace for everybody, and that can translate also to customers, and you know, but I think that to find a balance, as Nadine was saying as well, to find a balance in personal life, in your workspace, and to have like a healthier, more sustainable workspace for everybody in the restaurant. That's what I'm aiming for these next 6 months. I think 5 years is too ambitious for me right now to think about 5 years.
Fair.
Let's talk about from here to December.
Right. No, that's fair. That's definitely
Like,
you know.
Yeah. And I also want to work with restaurants. You know, there's always been a lot of women leave the industry when they have kids, and it's hard. It's hard no matter what industry you are, but wine and hospitality has, you know, special. But working with moms, and also restaurants to show them, just ways to be flexible. There's a lot of admin work, right? That can be done anywhere.
Yeah.
I used to come in and just, do inventory and I'll put it in someplace else. I mean, there's a lot of, there's ways.
I think for me, it's just like, well, actually, it's a bit what Gabby said, actually, adapting and being comfortable with taking risks and getting better at failing. It's probably, I need to get a lot more comfortable with that, because there's going to be a lot of bad ideas that happen that I need to test and try, learn from, and then move, take that and keep going, because resilience, resilience I'm okay at, but it's being really comfortable when failing and do it quickly. And because it will, I think, particularly in e-commerce, it is so fast paced now that you're going to have to try 10 things, and you're lucky if one of them works out, and be okay with that. But keep trying. You have to keep trying, and you have to keep testing, because what worked 2 weeks ago may not work in 2 weeks time. So it is always about trying to make sure that I'm pushing myself, I am uncomfortable, and that I am that if a couple of things that you pull off work, you're doing okay.
Yeah. All amazing answers. And it looks like we have time for one more question, or maybe we can fit in two if anyone wants to put in one more. But this is from Molly. She's like, any advice for dealing with nearly constant product shortages due to shipping, importing, trucking delays? Oh my God, love this question. It seems like as soon as our customers get hooked on a wine, it's gone for weeks, if not months. Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, I could say in a little bit, because I know obviously Erin has way more experience in this than me, but I'm just started in distribution, and looking at it it's really tough. And I can even remember it in terms of, being on the floor side of things and being a buyer and just being like, oh, it's Friday night and I don't have my wine. Why? And you're not willing to listen to do you know what's going on with the shipping company? Do you know, do they have enough truckers? You can't think in that way, because you're just I don't have my wine for Friday night. And I think in learning and being a part of distribution has, I think, afforded me, or I'm learning a lot of grace and understanding, kind of how kind of messed up the system is right now. I mean, I can speak into the United States, everywhere is going through labor shortages. The trucking companies are going through the same thing. And I also think it's I think it's really hard to, I think looking at logistically, I think these delivery companies, it's they're not seeing it in the same way that we are, as oh, this is a box of wine, and oh, this is a cabinet Riesling, or this is a, different than a Spätlese Riesling. They're just this is a box, I'm going to pick it up and I'm going to get it to point A to B, not understanding the intricacies in that and how much money that is or whatever. And I think that there is a real disconnect with that. I don't have the answers for how to solve that, because I think that there, particularly in the United States, I know in New York, there's what's the word I'm looking for? There's the warehouses space are concentrated in few hands. So it's not and they also cost money to buy, where if you can get your own warehouse and also have specialized people that know what they're moving, know the product that they're moving around. And so you can entrust that this person will know how to get this to where it's going. That would be great. That also costs a lot of money, but I'm thinking how can we do that? Because it just seems I think these jobs are skilled too, and I think that a lot of times we don't understand, what that other company is going through and what logistical issues that they're going through. So I think it's just kind of having grace about, and empathy about what's going on. It's still frustrating if you don't get your stuff on time. But I think that this is a much larger and structural, question. as to how do we fix all of this. But I mean, those are my 2 cents, and I don't think I answered your question, but I think Erin probably has better answers.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think it's really important what you said. I think the customer needs to be, they need to know this. You know, they need to know that you are going, and that's what I was kind of like saying at the beginning of, you know, the customer needs to know where we're going, where we are at, and why service looks like this right now. And I think the more you know, the more grace you can handle all these difficulties, because I didn't know anything about this, about, you know, the shortage of truck drivers, for example. And it's good for me to know, because that, you know, I think the customer needs to know the difficulties that we're all going through. From the truck driver to like, you don't have a buzzer to serve the wine. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so I think people need to understand where we as an industry and all the parts of it, you know, are having trouble now. I think it's really important. Sorry to interrupt.
Oh no, I think they understand it real fast in other industries. And sometimes I remind them, like, there's a housing shortage, there's car shortage because there's a shortage in computer chips, right? So it's not just wine. And it comes back to relationships. I think it depends on the type of retail you have. You know, I really focused on a lot of smaller producers at Charlie Palmer. You know, I didn't have a lot of the usual suspects for, you know, in terms of steakhouse wine list. I mean, small, like 80 cases, 100 cases. You know, so, but I gained trust over time, and people knew, okay, I'm out of the wine that I had 2 months ago, the last time I was in, but I trust that you are going to lead me in the right direction. So I think that relationship and that just having that kind of philosophy anyway is something good to have anyway, right? Because there's always going to be, whether it's COVID or something, right? The truck didn't show up. There's, you know, something is going to go wrong. So just having those relationships and building that philosophy in your restaurant, retail, whatever it is, you know, anyway.
I agree with that. Because I think exactly what you said, Nadine, trust is a big part of it. So I think that for us, actually, as a retailer, we're using quite a bit of data about the wines that we recommend on an individual level. So we're able to use data to better actually sell our products to the end consumer. And we do that through like the people that are building our email segmentations are also WSET trained, so that they understand that a Chardonnay from Australia is not exactly like a Chardonnay from Burgundy. And so that actually stylistically recognizing those things, as someone who's a digital marketer and wasn't ever, you never thought as they hired, they didn't have lots of wine knowledge, but they had great digital marketing experience, making sure that we were able to actually provide that for them is critical to our business. And you do that, and then you continuously do that with your customers, and they trust you, that recommendation. So that if you like this, you will like this recommendation actually goes quite far when you start using data points like that, particularly when you're trying to do it at scale. I think if the other thing, and I know this is not terribly helpful, is that we are when our lead times have changed, now we're changing the way that we plan. So whereas before we maybe wouldn't have put in European orders in September, we're actually looking at, can we get them in at the end of July? That is the reality. It's not that's the reality that we're looking at, is, do I need to have all my Christmas orders done and dusted by the end of July, when normally I probably would not hope that that stock was going to arrive until sometime in late September when I'm stock building. It could show up if I'm lucky, fingers crossed early. Hopefully it shows up before Christmas. That's kind of where I'm at. So it's I think that is we're changing our timelines drastically, which puts an incredible amount of pressure on our teams. I think they understand Christmas is a make it or break it time in retail. So for us, they're willing to go that extra mile. Again, that comes down to trust though with our employees. They know that we will look after them if they need time out. We understand. It's also why in the middle of a meeting today, one of my coworkers said, "Oh my God, I forgot my kid. I'll be back." And it was kind of, these things happen. So it's like,
Yeah.
I think you have to, again, like just everyone's trying to adapt. That's really what it's coming down to at this point, I think. And do the best you can, and that's what we're doing at the moment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We got one more question from lovely Elaine, Chukan Brown. So the tangible examples are great. Are there examples people have of how they have helped each other or how others have made a difference for them as we try to learn new ways of doing things? I can go, I'll be brief because I know we have like 5 minutes. I know for me, there was I was a very a personal note, I was a very kind of dark period, like around Christmas time, or even a little bit before, of just not really knowing what what I was gonna do in terms of wine, if I wanted to be in the industry, where was my life going or whatever. And I feel I actually met, if you don't know, Yirka Jure, I met her through a wine class or something, virtual wine class. And, she was just like, "Hey, we're both in, the industry. We follow the same people. We love natural wine. We should know each other." And I'm like, "Yeah, we should." And honestly, just that kind of approach that she has of reaching out to other Black and brown people, where a lot of time in this industry, if you see another Black person, you see another brown person across the room, you're hesitant. You feel oh, maybe I shouldn't. And she's never been that way. She really, that relationship that I've fostered with her, and just with other people that I met through her, other, powerful women, in particular in wine, that I didn't know before. I felt I had a community where I didn't feel that before. And just when her starting industry sessions and me being involved with that, really kind of changed it. It 100% changed my perspective on wine, where I'm going, what it means to be in community with other people, what that actually means, having phone calls and just bitching about terrible people in the industry, or, kind of trying to work out, how can we, just having powwow sessions with people, because we know they're feeling down, or they need help, that's just that taught me what community really is, and how it is in action, so I'll say that. But Yirka, wherever you are, I don't know, love you.
Yeah, I don't want to mention Julia again, but Julia, just reaching out to people that are doing, what you would like to do. Whether it's having people edit, look at my writing. I also tend to kind of overreach. I reached out to the editors of the Wine Spectator. You don't know me. I want to write for you one day. Kind of overreaching in that respect. YouTube. Can I say YouTube as well?
Yeah, why not? Absolutely.
I use YouTube a lot. I'm definitely on YouTube.
Absolutely.
On Instagram, YouTubing how to TikTok. So
I think for me, just actually, I was given opportunities, and that's where I think my actually network, in the sense that some of the people that I've met along the way have been so supportive in giving me a chance, just a chance. And I think that to me is making sure that I am continually offering that up and giving back. Because if I was not given a chance to write at Harper's when I was at Burgundy School of Business, I think I never would have, and I wouldn't be where I am. And so I think that those kinds of things, it was just someone gave me a chance to do something that I had no experience in doing, and that ended up you know, changing the trajectory of my life. Like I lived in London for almost a decade now. I think that wouldn't have happened if one person had not given me the chance, and making sure that, you know, I remember that so that I can cultivate those opportunities for other people as often and as frequently as I can, and making sure that you are, so much of it too is down to, like, you can tell when, not you can tell, but in talking to people, I think it's important to just make sure that you are actually, it's a conversation, and giving anybody that reaches out to you that kind of karmatic, like, feed it back, because it will be better for all of us if we can support one another and give each other those opportunities, give each other those chances, because, you know, it could be the difference for their life, the way that it was the difference for mine.
Well, yeah, this is great. I just have to say thank you all so much for kind of being here with me and having this really great conversation. I mean, you are all really amazing, and I feel very honored to be here with you. And thank you, Batanaj, again. Thank you, Katie, everyone that's on Batanaj. Thank you, Elaine and Julia, for opening us up today. Really appreciate it, but thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. It has been great.
Yes, thank you, Etty, Erin, Nadine, Gabby. You all are awesome, and I really appreciate you taking the time out and talking to us today. So we're gonna keep the momentum going. I know we've been here for a couple hours, but we've got a great next session, and I hope you all just kind of break yourselves as you need. But we're gonna go straight into the next one, which will be kicked off by someone who Yurka Jure actually introduced us to through Elaine. Elaine connected us with Yurka, and then Yurka connected us with Linda Perlajiron of Bay Area Women Against Rape. So Linda is the Community Outreach and Education Coordinator at BayWar, and the work that they do with BayWar revolves around developing access points in which the people of Alameda County can get the support and resources needed as they heal. They're going to take us through a presentation, a training, and so we're very excited to have you here, Linda. And I'll turn it over to you and just take it away. And then after that, we're going to hear from Miranda Elliott and Darwin Acosta.
Awesome. Thank you, Katie. Hi, everyone. Nice to be here. I'm happy that I got to join for the panel that just happened. I felt like I learned a lot, even though I really don't have a lot of context for the wine industry and the work that y'all do, but it's really cool to hear like these conversations that are happening in terms of COVID and like what the future looks like for the industry, and how it kind of reflects like a lot of what is happening within my own organization that is a rape crisis center, and other kind of like really cool mutual aid things that are happening around. So really nice to see that things are kind of like parallel. We're all moving towards like a similar direction. But yeah, Katie, if you could share out the presentation to start out with, that'd be awesome. Thank you. Nice. So yeah, just like Katie said, my name is Linda, and I am the Community Outreach and Education Facilitator at BayWar. And today we're just going to go through basically how we can support each other in responding to sexual violence in the workplace. We'll have some context to what sexual violence looks like and can be, and then we'll go into basically tools that we can use within the workplace, and then developing or asking ourselves questions that will help us to then develop like strategies to de-escalate and and support one another when these things happen. So Katie, if you can go to the next slide. Before we get started, just going to give us a little overview of who BayWar is. So we were founded in 1971. And our mission is to empower, support, and intervene on behalf of and advocate for survivors of sexual assault and their significant others. We also strive to provide education to the community at large. Oh, forgive my little typos. Oops. But yeah, to the community at large in an effort to increase its awareness and sensitivity to the issues of sexual violence. So we are one of the oldest rape crisis centers in the nation, but we do acknowledge that a lot of the work that was happening that we are able to do and that was recognized in 1971 is basically based off of the work that a lot of Black and Indigenous groups were doing before us and just were not at a point to be nationally recognized. So yeah. If we can go to the next slide, Katie, please. Thank you. So our agenda, as it looks like, we're first going to go through roots and forms of sexual violence, intervention, how to support survivors, and how to build your own de-escalation strategies. I'm also going to ask us to have our fingers ready in the chat. There will be some participation, some questions that are going to be asked. Trying to make it as much as a discussion as webinars can be. But yeah, so be ready to type some answers out when we get there. But if we can get to the next slide, Katie. Cool. So before we start, I just want to kind of like go over what sexual assault is, assuming that it's a complicated definition, especially if we take it on federally, and our assumptions of what it can hold can change depending on people's experiences. So to begin with, just going through some history of what the federal government defined sexual assault to be from 1927 to 2012 as the carnal knowledge of a female forcibly and against her will. Carnal knowledge is a very ambiguous term that is used or was used, and just the mere gendering of what sexual assault or who can experience sexual assault is problematic. And so it was updated in 2019 as the term sexual assault means any non-consensual sexual act prescribed by federal, tribal, or state law, including when the victim lacks capacity to consent. One of the reasons why Baylor doesn't use this definition necessarily is mostly because it doesn't center the survivor as to what they experience, but like takes the assault to what is believed to be a non-consensual sexual act deemed by law or whatever kind of law there is in the area in which a person has experienced that sort of a sort of assault. So Baylor, we define the sexual assault as the narratives, the survivor who experiences the violence. And again, excuse my little typos. But we are here to believe, validate the community we serve in a trauma-informed, culturally appropriate and accessible way, always keeping in mind that sex does not always include penetration, and so neither does sexual assault. If we can go on to the next slide, cool. And so we're going to jump into roots and forms of sexual violence, and with that, we're going to jump into our first question, which is on the next slide. So just to start us off, what forms might sexual violence take in the workplace? And please feel free to put them in the chat box. And this is very open. Forms can take many different shapes, and we're going to go through kind of like the nuances of what can and can't, what sexual violence can and can't look like. But if you have any ideas, please type them in there. I'll give us a few seconds to think some up. Verbal and physical abuse, inappropriate grabbing, totally. Pressuring and harassment, absolutely. Non-consensual touching, commenting on body parts. Yep, inappropriate comments on hair, clothing, appearance, yep, coercion, inappropriate language that is sexual in nature, intimidation, commenting on appearance, major pay difference between male and female identifying. That's, yes, that is a form of sexual assault as well. Quid pro quo, commenting on body parts. So awesome, yeah. So it seems like we kind of like from these responses understand that like sexual violence is not just something that can be physical. It can manifest in multiple ways. It can be verbal, It can be in the ways that someone makes us feel, and all that stuff. So let's go to the next slide and we can kind of like hit some of those points. So yeah, so different forms, non-contact ones like attitudes and beliefs, sexual harassment, verbal and visual, sexual calls, texts and emails, sharing unsolicited sexual photos or videos, lewd and lascivious behavior, voyeurism, which is basically kind of like taking pleasure from witnessing someone else in an act, and stalking is a big one, contact, grabbing and rubbing against, molestation, sexual assault, and attempt at an assault is a form of sexual assault. It's not just relying on penetration, ritual abuse, which primarily happens a lot to younger people, but can continue on into adult life, and human trafficking and exploitation. But yeah, because we're in a space right now where there is a lot of it's a female identifying audience. I think the comment about major pay and difference between male and female identifying people is super important. There are many things that sexual violence can perpetuate, and attitudes and beliefs that then manifest themselves in the way that we then get compensated for the work that we're doing, especially in like male dominated fields, is a big one as well. And making a note that everything on this list is a sexual violence. When it's non-consensual, the impact and severity is individually based and can change based on different factors. So minimizing someone's experience can be very damaging and traumatizing, especially since we can't assume that whatever act has happened that may seem trivial to some people isn't trivial to them. Yeah, if we can go to the next slide. So our next question is, what are some of the reasons sexual violence occurs? And just perusing the chat. Yeah, Elena has already hit a point. Power differences and hierarchical differences in status make consent difficult because the power difference creates a coercive environment when the person in power asks the person with less ability to decline without harm to their safety or career or access to resources. Absolutely. There's a lot of power and control that happens within workplaces that is not necessarily, it's perpetuated in ways that aren't necessarily a reflection of whoever is in power, but it's truly within the culture of the workplace, or it can be taken as a power is bestowed upon a person and therefore they are now allowed to act in certain ways and require certain people below them to adhere to what they are asking of them. I'm just perusing the chat just to make sure that sometimes people in power do not recognize that they have a power position. Absolutely, that is very true. And there is power in numbers and singling people out. Yep. Absolutely. So yeah, so a lot of like what we are putting out, power, control, culture, and just the spaces that we are in can perpetuate sexual violence. Soft boundaries and me wanting to survive, absolutely, that is 100% part of like what perpetuates this as we continue on. So if we can go to the next slide, Katie. Great, and so in that, I want us to kind of think of like some examples of rape culture. We have a big kind of like title, rape culture is something that we hear a lot. However, it is something that like that perpetuates our space, and I think giving it the name of rape culture kind of like solidifies the fact that a lot of these behaviors are not to be taken lightly, and they do really impact the way that like people feel in spaces, and then the ways in which people act upon other people, and the repercussions of that, and potentially the violence that can occur. But yes. So examples of rape culture, victim blaming and fast food mentality. That's a big one. Yep. Can we think of anything else in terms of like images that we may see that perpetuate rape culture, words or phrases that we may hear within the workplace or outside of the workplace that we think like contribute to the culture that allows for violence to occur? Not respecting use of pronouns, it's a big one. Absolutely, not centering the victim or the survivor, as mentioned. Focusing on appearance and feeling free to comment on promiscuity. Yep. So Susan just wrote out a phrase, it's just a joke. Where is your sense of humor? Totally, hear that all the time. And a lot of workplaces that are specifically male dominated. Yep, specific uniforms for young women. We can think about like the things that waitresses that work at Hooters have to wear sometimes to be able to like continue to perpetuate that image. Misogyny in general, certain music glorifying using women. That's interesting, Ola. The extension of the always yes culture in hospitality. Totally. Hospitality has a big like culture around pleasing the customer, right? And making sure that they are getting what they need and everything, and that kind of power dynamic. Although you're in a position where you are working at a place and kind of like have control in a certain way, they also have like this upper hand because of the capital that they're bringing in and the fact that they are your customer at that time. Totally. The prevalence in movies and TV of women appearing only to advance the men's storyline. Question of credentials, absolutely. Or the gay character only appearing as a sense of humor. Yep. No agency of queer characters is real. That is very true. Using queerness as the butt of a joke, or even making that kind of like a way to perpetuate the stigma of like as someone who may identify as part of the queer community, then assuming that because of that they are more promiscuous or are willing to do more other things, or like their boundaries are softer than someone who may not identify as part of the queer community. Totally. Katie, if we can go to the next one, please. So based off of everything that we have said and that y'all are beautifully participating in the chat, this is a pyramid. We call it the basically the rape culture pyramid. Where at the very bottom, we start off with basically like the foundation to what builds out then the actions and then the violence that can occur to people. So at the bottom level, we have racism, colonialism, sexism, homophobia, and ableism. A lot of this kind of allows, it's within a lot of our thinking, and can then translate into like problematic language, objectification, victim blaming, slut shaming, bragging, body shaming, rape jokes, things that just like seem trivial, seem just part of everyday whatever, which then adds on to normalization of violence, which can then promote more acts of violence, which we possibly have all experienced. The act of being catcalled, or just being followed, or expecting traditional heteronormative roles to be for someone to be able to like work within that, or an expectation of that as a lifestyle, or glass ceilings in the profession, and the idea that that is something that one either breaks or stays within, and then the rigid gender-based stereotyping that perpetuates a lot of our workplaces, especially if they are male dominated. It can erase a lot of identities and kind of put people whose identities and identify differently and openly in danger, or in more danger. And then with the normalization of violence, we go into the removal of autonomy. And that can start manifesting within pushing of boundaries, of physical boundaries. So groping, non-consensual touching, coercion or stalking, just like things that are slowly pushing and pushing that are based in the fact that it's normal, right? Like this is like totally fine within this like context or sphere. Yeah, machismo culture is a big one as well. Like just the fact that within any workplace, like someone rubbing their body against you while they're trying to like move something around, that may feel a little like more than asked for or is normal or anything like that. That's a pushing the boundary that can remove autonomy. And then we get into physical expressions of violence, which is what we as a society have deemed to be like sexual assault or rape. When in actuality, all of these, everything that's we've talked about, from things that are just within, again, attitudes and beliefs to active and physical expressions of violence are constituted as sexual violence. So harassment, threats, grabbing, unwanted touching, physical abuse, and all that stuff. Yeah, Stevie, so many people do so much of this all the time and they don't even realize it. It's such a strong part of many professional cultures and organizations, absolutely. And that is why a lot of these conversations are super important to be able to acknowledge, because that's one of the first steps, being able to like become aware of the fact that a lot of behaviors that like we think is normal within our workplaces are actually not and can be damaging people and hurting, yeah, pushing their boundaries and making them feel uncomfortable. And because of the culture of it all, silencing it, and silence can be an act of normalization and an act of violence as well. Yeah, and we'll get into that, Rebecca, as well, pressuring people to drink more alcohol than they are comfortable with or consuming alcohol in the first place. I have a few questions that are on because of the nature of this conference regarding kind of like the role that alcohol can play within the ways that we kind of like develop strategies to de-escalate, or how we become what it means to be like a bystander in that kind of like space as well. But if we can go on to the next slide, because we've talked much about forms of sexual violence, why they occur, and how they're within many facets of culture in our day-to-day lives. One of the most important things I think is understanding consent, and being able to be secure in that and acknowledge that like consent is truly like the golden word and the golden thing. It's the ability to choose based on your own internal experience what you want physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, sexually, and then communicate those wants. And to be able to communicate those wants, you have to be clear, conscious. It has to be continuous and free of coercion. And so when we think about consent, sometimes it may feel like, oh, once I get a yes once, then that's fine. Like we can keep going and all that stuff. But consent is an ongoing thing, and consent should also be affirmative. It should be enthusiastic. It shouldn't be something that comes with some sort of resistance or you feel obligated to because of the power structures that you work within and all that stuff. It should be without that. But to be able to like achieve that kind of level of consent and have that consent be respected, the cultures in which we work in need to be shifted, and need to acknowledge that consent is truly one of the most important things that can happen, that can be respected and aligned with within our workplaces. Yeah, and that is true. Consent is not just verbal. So if you can go to the next slide, please, Katie. Yeah, so consent isn't always a simple yes or no, and a no means no. There are many things that can affect consent, and consent is like body language is super important. We may feel obligated to say yes, but also like our bodies and the way that we are attuned to them may be actually rejecting whatever is going on, and being able to like be in line with that and feel safe enough to communicate that kind of like instinctual body reaction is super important as well. But yeah, many things can influence consent: power dynamics, fear of repercussions or pressure, intoxication, stereotypes, age, language, understanding of that, past history of sexual trauma, which is not required to be disclosed within the workplace, but can personally affect the way that we give consent or receive consent, gender roles, and yeah, just basically the need to keep a job is a huge one as well. Being able to know that if I say no to a certain situation, will my job be in danger? That's a huge one as well. But if we can go to the next slide, please, Katie. And a lot of what consent is formed around and the barriers to being able to achieve that clear, conscious, continuous, and free of coercion consent is power and privilege. So power can be defined as the degree of control over material, human, intellectual, and financial resources exercised by different sections of society. The control of these resources becomes a source of individual and social power. So we have 6 types. We have coercion, reward, legitimate, expert, reverent, and informational. So coercive, this comes from the belief that a person can punish others for compliance. So threats and punishment, possibly from someone who is in a higher up position than you, your manager, or someone who you fear will has some sort of power to remove you from the workplace and therefore threaten your livelihood. It's a big one. Reward, this results from someone's ability to compensate another for compliance, conveying through rewarding individuals for compliance, potentially, since, I mean, we all have careers, we all want to aspire to doing something or climbing up a ladder potentially, or just continuing on doing what is best for us and will achieve our goals. And so feeling that sometimes within certain cultures, the only way to do that is to say yes to situations that we would, in a different space, would not say yes to because of boundaries or just ways that, cultures in which kind of like perpetuate the use of bodies or all that stuff to be able to get people compliant. Then we have legitimate ones, comes from the belief that a person has the formal right to make demands and to expect others to be compliant and obedient, and others recognizing that authority. Expert, and that's based on a person's high levels of skills and knowledge, enables you to understand a situation, suggest solutions, uses solid judgment, and generally outperform others. Reverent, the result of a person's perceived attractiveness, worthiness, and right to others' respect, being trusted and respected by others. And informational results from a person's ability to control the information that others need to accomplish something. So power derived from their access to information, being in a position to share, withhold, manipulate, or distort, or conceal something that someone may need. So there is a difference between power over and power to. Power over someone like is equal to or perpetuates inequality, injustice, discrimination, sexual violence, and power to is when it's based on mutual support and opens the possibility of joint action and the potential for every person to shape their life and world. And then we have privilege, which is on the next slide, please. Thank you. And can be defined as a special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group of people. It's mostly used within the context of social inequality. It can manifest physically, psychologically, and emotionally. Can provide unearned access to resources that enhances one's chances of getting what one needs to survive and thrive. And examples of privilege can be education, gender, race, age, documentation status, socioeconomic status, etc. It can also be the time that, however long they've been within a certain industry and therefore have like the wisdom or knowledge of like all the tips and tricks that you need to be able to continue on and like do your job correctly. And yes, just checking the chat real fast. Thinking about oxygen, because there's so many men tell a story about how they cultivate customers tableside as sources of financing for restaurants, stores, etc. This sort of transaction has a whole different dimension when we think about the power dimensions on these slides. That's absolutely true. Yeah, a lot of what when I think of business and just like the idea of like what yeah, how people create partnerships and relationships and all that stuff. Power and privilege is a huge piece of it, and it's so normalized, and we don't think any better for that. But if we take that within like the ways in which consent lives within those kind of like spaces as well, it's very interesting, and I would be also interested to hear more about that. To keep going in the next slide, Katie, please. This is a big one as a question. So who is a believable victim or survivor? You can put that in the chat box as well. If you think about barriers as to why people don't come forth and disclose instances or experiences of sexual violence, why might those reasons be? Could it be that they would not be believed because of certain identities or anything like that, or because of their status within a company or workplace, or yeah, so many other things. Implicit status, implicit bias, excuse me. Who you know, who you're friends with. If you are marginalized, you are never believed. So what do we, in our minds, or from what we've been conditioned to believe, like what does a believable survivor or victim look like, sound like? It's interesting. No history of known sexual relationships, especially in that specific circle. Yeah. So Carrie's mentioning there, I feel like there can be consensual situations that are sent to incriminate someone, usually the male. I think of two situations, unfortunately, I feel guilty for mentioning this, but yeah, that can be a discussion we can hold at the end as well. But there are a lot of nuances, and just like sexual assault does not discriminate based on gender, and the spinning out of stories to incriminate other people, if it's based in lies and manipulation, is sexual violence as well. Yeah. So so a believable victim, who is it? Questions that we should ask ourselves when we're thinking about these things. What ethnicity are they? What is their body size? What gender are they? Education level, their income, and just like from personal experience, like when I think of a believable victim or survivor, I think of someone who's like in their 20s, potentially blonde, like from an upper middle class kind of like situation, who has never, who is like, doesn't look like they would ever be engaged in a situation where like something like this would happen. And it's like a big, like a shock or a huge event that like something like this has happened, and it's taken seriously by everyone in the community around. when in actuality, quite literally anyone and everyone can be subject to sexual violence. And people who are marginalized are more subject to sexual violence within the workplace and just in general, which is super difficult and a hard pill to swallow, because then from what we know, like those people are like not as believed, and therefore the barrier to reporting or getting the help they need to heal, or the compensation that they need, or any of that kind of stuff, that it acts as a huge barrier. And so having these conversations as to like what or that truly anyone can be believed can be a victim or a survivor of sexual assault, and ways in which we can hold space for those people when it's disclosed to us that something has happened, is a huge deal. Let me just catch up in the chat real fast. Cool. If you can go on to the next slide, please. Great. So yeah, there's many things that can be deemed as sexual violence. From the chat and from our discussion here, I think that we all pretty much understand and have an understanding as what that looks like, how it can manifest within the wine industry, and the nuances that like occur. And so what do we do to be able to like intervene, or how do we support survivors that decide to disclose to us? And the first thing that we're going to talk about is basically bystander intervention. So if you can go to the next slide, and on the next slide is a little video that we're going to play. Within this video, basically what I want you to be on the lookout is like, who's a bystander? So what's the situation? What's happening? Who decides to act? How do they decide to act and intervene? And the end result as that occurs because of that intervention. So just watch the video.
Whoa, 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 whoa. On your merry way. Don't fucking follow me, stupid dick. No, you. On your merry way. You. Don't hit her. Don't follow me, stupid son of a bitch. Do not follow me. No, please do go. No. This is not happening. You're not gonna hit a woman. She already so many times. Okay, do not follow me. Okay, ma'am. No. You need to stop following. So get on another car. When this train stops, do not follow me anymore. Do not follow me. Okay, she's trying to follow me.
We got you on camera. Don't follow. We got you.
When we stop again, get off. Okay, do not follow me. Please get off. Please, sir, get off. Please get off.
Thank you, Katie. So yeah, based off of that video, like what was the situation? Who stepped in, or multiple people stepped in, and how? And what was the results? I think it happened really quickly. As we saw. I can go to the next slide as well, Katie. And just for the sake of time, so within the video, there was an argument that was happening on the train where physical violence was occurring. And this man who was eating a snack, he decided that the way he was going to intervene was to get into the middle of it no interaction. He didn't seem to engage or anything. Just like with his presence in his body, he acted kind of like as a barrier between the two. And then we had another woman come in and kind of try to assess the situation, what was going on, how she was talking to the woman that was in the video. And seemingly it seems like she was being followed by this man. And so kind of asking him to not follow her and trying to come up with kind of a safety plan, like, oh, you can get on a different train or a different cart or anything like that. So trying to like communicate while there was someone else who was using their physical body and presence to kind of stop the more immediate danger of like physical violence that was occurring. Yeah, so the man eating chips tried to protect the accused man, and the one with the kept defending the younger woman who felt she was being followed. Totally. The Black woman probably understood that the younger woman was experiencing, so she got loud and protective. Yeah. Nice. So within this context, what are barriers to intervention? Why do people intervene and why do people not intervene? And I think Julia kind of like pointed out something wonderful that like the Black woman probably understood the younger woman was experiencing, so she got loud and protective. Seeing ourselves within an experience can kind of act as like the catalyst to intervening within a situation. Being comfortable stops a lot of people, absolutely. Threat of violence can keep a lot of people from intervening. The person filming was also participating in the situation, that is true. Yep. And we kind of see this kind of domino effect. Once like one person like intervenes, multiple people can decide to intervene. It's something that we call the bystander effect. So in a situation where potentially, let's say someone is like making a joke or like a racist or homophobic joke, and someone stands up and says, hey man, that's not cool. Even though other people weren't saying that and it's possible people were thinking it, then that gives the opportunity to like kind of hold that space and allow for more people to express the way that they were actually feeling and receiving that kind of like joke and stuff. Fear of retribution is another thing that prevents. Yep. Yeah, and then if we think about power and control and privilege, it can be really scary if it's your boss or someone in a position of power in which you're trying to intervene. It does take a lot of bravery, especially within workplaces or cultures that don't allow for this kind of discussion to happen, or people to be kind of I don't know what's the word, just like checked in a way. And a lot of people freeze, especially those that aren't used to physical violence, absolutely. Which is a valid response. I think our bodies do go into that kind of mode, fight or flight and fawn. Absolutely, Christina, there you go. Nice. If you can go to the next slide, please, Katie. So how do we safely intervene? Being able to notice the situation or the event, recognize that there is a problem, take responsibility for acting, decide how to respond, and then take action and intervene. So just, those steps within yourself, deciding what would be the best form of action within the context that you are in is super important as well. There is no need to physically endanger yourself if things are to that level, or being able to work within power structures or hierarchical structures so that the chance of potentially losing some sort of your position or credibility or anything like that is less than, but still acting to be able to intervene in a situation. We have two models that you can also follow, which is on the next slide, Katie, which is the CARE model, confronting the situation, alerting others, redirecting attention, and engaging peers, or the IDEA model, which is intervening, diverting, engaging, and then alerting appropriate authorities. Depending on the situation, there may be a need for appropriate authorities to be called upon. And I added, it's usually alert authorities, but appropriate authorities is a big one because there are different organizations around that can deal with different sort of levels of threat. So, for example, in Oakland, we have this nonprofit called Mental Health First, and they are available on the weekends and are able to respond to situations that center kind of mental health and that kind of emergency response rather than calling out police people that may then engage in something that elevates the situation even more and puts people in danger in ways that they didn't necessarily have to be able to kind of de-escalate the situation. Yeah. And then being able to, there is power in numbers and safety within numbers as well, as we saw in the video. And Elaine is right. The man stood in the middle, being present did help de-escalate the violence, which then made it easier for people to intervene more directly with the women. He's by no means the only helper, but it is an example through him using his physical size appropriately. So although it wasn't planned out, there wasn't like a decision consensus made within a group. It kind of happened naturally. There can be situations where an intervention or intervening can be a result of getting people to gather and kind of get behind an idea or something that is happening. And being able to confront someone, especially someone who is in power, about certain behaviors and situations that they are inflicting upon people. And that can be a mode of like keeping yourself safe, but also keeping your community safe. And that way mutual support is a big thing to lean on as well. And then if we go to the next slide, Katie. If we're in a situation where maybe a coworker or someone who is in your workplace decides to disclose any experiences, how do we respond and support people? There are many phrases that we can use, but first off is listen, validate, and believe. Of course, there are nuances and people can spin like stories out and all that stuff, but being able to, from the beginning, listen, validate, and believe someone who is sharing an experience of violence is big. There are phrases that you can say, you did what you had to do to survive and it was the right thing to do. You're having a normal reaction to abnormal situations, especially if emotions are heightened. I believe you, I feel honored that you felt safe enough to share this with me. I'm so sorry that happened to you. It's not your fault. This is a choice made by someone else. Being able to mirror their language, especially if the ways that they're describing their experience. So not every sexual assault is a rape or something to that magnitude. And whatever language they decide to use with it can kind of ground them within the experience and help them navigate what the next step should be due to that kind of situation. Avoiding advice giving, although it's really difficult to avoid giving advice, like I totally understand. Even working in this stuff, it's really hard. Is a big thing because it's not. Oh, excuse me. Because there are certain situations they are the expert about what happened, and there's only so much that you can do in response to what other people have experienced that you will never potentially truly understand. Affirming their right to proceed however they want. And I'm going to look into the chat right now because I can see HR multiple times, so I think that may be a segue, but. Oh, okay, interesting. So yeah, just people are sharing personal experiences of reporting to bosses versus HR, but then ultimately potentially not feeling heard or not knowing what role they played in kind of like the results that may have come out of reporting it to HR. And yeah, HR can never communicate what action was taken as a result of the reports. It often leaves those who are hurt not feeling heard or supported. Yeah, and I think Kira, I hope I'm saying your name correctly, but the want and wish to have peers to engage with is huge. I think truly just the convention that you guys are in right now. If wanted, there is like abilities to continue discussions like this across the board, and hold space for people that may have experienced these things, and within your certain specific industry. There's also a lot of resources that one can call to get that kind of support if you don't feel supported within the workforce. Yeah, the want to have other people there that understand is a really big thing. Yeah, and then avoiding why questions. So clarifying questions are okay, but curiosity questions should be avoided. There's no need for you to understand like, oh, but what were you wearing? Or like, oh, but you knew that they were known to kind of push boundaries. So why did you go in there? Blah, 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 whatever. Can feel very invalidating and hurtful and can be perpetuators of just the rape culture that we've all internalized and has kind of made it normal for us to question the survivor as to why these things happen to them, rather than questioning why the perpetrator decided that it was okay to push people's boundaries and that stuff. So yeah, the point about recognizing the person gets to decide for themselves what the right thing to do. There is support for them to feel more empowered and self-determined, not to tell them what to do. Absolutely, yeah, it's about empowering. We continuously want to empower the survivor to be able to then take whatever actions seem appropriate for them. If we can go to the next slide, Katie, please. So we're going to go into basically how to build your own de-escalation strategies. And Katie, I have 10 minutes. I'm done at 12:30, I think. I'm sorry.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, cool. So basically these are more like prompting questions. If we were live, I would love to like have everyone in groups and kind of like take your own page and build out like answers to these questions. So if you have like a on your computer a note taking or anything like that, please feel free to write this down, or hopefully any of the other stuff that you saw down, but like these questions specifically to keep in mind with your team, basically how to build out de-escalation strategies and why questions should be really important. One of the first ones can be, how can we address consent when alcohol is involved? This is the wine industry, and wine isn't alcohol, and alcohol can kind of affect the way that we can communicate our consent, or even within the culture of like deals that are within this like industry. It can be even without the consumption of alcohol, it can be like affected by them. So just also understanding the clear, conscious, continuous, and free of coercion kind of consent is a huge deal. Katie, if we can skip 2 slides. Thank you. And then how can we normalize talking about consent, power, privilege, and rape culture within the wine industry, not the wine industry, the wine industry. Being able to normalize it, having conversations with people that you feel safe with within the workplace is an awesome, great, big first step. I think this convention itself is an amazing first step to be able to like hold the space to be able to talk about this and share experiences and go through kind of like what is actively occurring within the wine industry, and how once you recognize that it's happening in multiple places, being able to be like, okay, cool, what do we do now? Like how do we continue to kind of like change this culture or make space for people to express themselves and feel safe within it. And then next question would be on the next slide. And how can we create accountability when harm occurs? So that's a huge one, right? And we kind of already, there's a question within the chat, or not a question, but a share out within the chat about the difference between reporting it to your boss and to HR, and then engaging with peers, right? So what does accountability look like? Is there a way that conversations can be held in which within like the hierarchy, there can be more transparency within HR and regarding what it's not the result of a situation, or just like on a personal level, like if you are someone who shared an experience with HR and then something happens, being able to kind of have them check back in with you and be like, hey, so this is what we did and this is how it affected whoever it is was the perpetrator within a situation, would be a great way to kind of like start building transparency even on a one-to-one kind of individual level, so that the person who is disclosing who's a survivor can kind of have some sort of like closure within that kind of situation. But yeah, constantly creating accountability when harm occurs. And then the next question. And then how can we support people's claims that they have experienced harm on a one-to-one level and on a broader hierarchical level? Being able to continue to keep in mind the phrases that validate experiences, being able to listen, believe, and empower, and then support the choices that a survivor takes after once empowered to be able to kind of figure their way through that. And then just two more. If we can go to the next slide. Oh, sorry. How can others in the industry support individuals who have experienced harm? So that's more of a peer engagement kind of situation. What are these spaces? What do they look like? And then what de-escalation strategies are realistic in your sector of the wine industry? Is it more realistic to work within the hierarchy or the power structures that make it easier for people to go straight to HR? Or is it easier to build out kind of a group of people that can kind of hold space, maybe not act as a support group, but just a group of people that like people know they can go to kind of like express feelings or situations that have occurred, just like what's realistic within there, and who can you bring in to be able to build these things out and then push them through into your workforce. And there's a lot of chat activity that I have not been able to keep up with. But my last little slide is basically resources. We have Baywar, we have Rain. I think I heard that someone's from Canada. I thought it was just the US, so I can find some more international stuff as well, information as well. But there is like a bystander intervention training model that goes into detail, basically like what one can do and other ways to intervene. There's really cool trainings that are done by Valor US that are super nuanced and all through Zoom at the moment. That can be very beneficial if like someone on your team wants to go in and bring back the information, kind of do a presentation on them and then build off of that. There's a website linked in there as well for survivors of workplace sexual violence and harassment that gives a lot of resources and support. And then there's a really fun video about framing consent. If there is a chance that you want to like kind of share not a broader, but like a more accessible definition of consent that isn't just about sexual violence, because it truly consent can be about truly anything. It can be about sharing your beliefs on the basketball game that happened or the election that's occurring or anything truly. or being able to disclose any sort of emotional thing to a friend or something that just happened, and making sure that they're ready to hear that. But yeah, that's a really nice video to watch that reframes consent. Cool, nice. So there's some Canada. I'll look up some international resources, but yeah, that's basically where my presentation ends. There's a lot of activity in the chat, Katie. I don't know if you've kept up with it or the other moderators. So I'm going to try to read through a few.
Yeah, and there's a couple of questions in the Q&A box as well.
Cool. Great. So I can start answering some, or attempting to answer some from the Q&A box. If you wouldn't mind, maybe there's some questions in the chat that could also be pulled out.
Yeah, we'll look through that. And then do you want me to just go ahead and read the questions in the Q&A box, or do you want to read them from the screen?
If you want to read them out loud, that's fine.
Okay. There's one here from Elaine that says, what is the boundary between a compliment and something that oversteps into harassment? I struggle with taking a compliment, and I understand that it's an internal issue, but I also want to help people feel good.
Absolutely. So great question. I think it depends on personal boundaries. Someone mentioned earlier about the way that like a body responds to something that is said, and that can be a form of consent. Just being able to be in tune to that. I think the nature of a compliment, be it if it's overly sexual, can be something that can be more like blatantly somewhat inappropriate, but things that are more subtle can also be inappropriate, just depending on how what someone brings or what they have for themselves and their history and all that stuff. So maybe asking them if you can give them a compliment before giving them a compliment is a great way to prepare them to receive something. And that's something, especially if like, I myself am also like kind of like weird about receiving compliments. So if I'm asked like, hey, is it okay if I compliment you about something? It's like, oh, sure, like that's fine. That's kind of developing more autonomy within that situation as well. I hope that answers that question.
Great. And then there's one here from Stevie. What specific policies, programs, or procedures do you recommend employers have in place for safe reporting of harassment or coercion, especially in a small business or organization where a formal separate HR team may not be feasible?
Totally. Being able to create like a little, not like a board, I truly forget the word, but like a safe group or team of people, maybe 3 that are deemed as kind of like the people to go to if something has occurred or they want to disclose, and then having like protocol within that team as to how they document what is being disclosed, who they then report it to, be it especially in small business, if it's the direct, like business owner directly, or if there's someone underneath the business owner that can deal with things that are more HR related, and then developing out the steps to then kind of keep or take account or have a conversation, whoever is perpetuating the abuse, take accountability and stuff. I don't have anything on hand at the moment, but I can absolutely look for something, because that is a really, really good question. And I'm sure we have someone on our team that like has something built out for small businesses and stuff like that.
Great. I think that's all we've got in the Q&A box.
Oh, I saw Stevie just had a follow-up about that question. Who do you recommend is on this outside team? Friends of the company, if self-decided, biased? I think it can be built out from employees, truly, because especially in small businesses, there's a lot at stake, and so many people have like things, you know, invested within a business, and so being able to kind of have that transparency would be, oh, we have five employees. Okay, interesting. Then yeah, if you can give me a second, I don't know if I can share information out to you, Katie, and then you can spread it out to the participants, but I can absolutely try to find some more information that seems more solid rather than me just like theorizing and blurring stuff out.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool.
Great. Okay. Are there any other questions?
Yeah. I also want to make sure that like, I don't know if you guys are taking a break or anything like that, but feel free to, we are based in California, but we serve anyone who calls our line. And feel free to call us anytime during the conference, after the conference, anything like that. Just like talk about situations. I know that like a lot of this can bring up a lot of experiences that we've all like experienced within the industry and in any like pieces of our lives. And sometimes it is nice to like just talk to someone, have them listen to the whole thing. And even if you don't need next steps, like being able to air it and be like, cool, got that out of my system, time to go to the next one, or get more resources or anything like that. We're there to help. And a lot of all of the hotlines are there to help as well, but yeah.
Perfect. Yeah, and we'll also drop in a link to donate to Baywar. If you, I think they would really appreciate your support. So we encourage you to do that. We've been very grateful to have you here, Linda. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm happy to be here. Thank you guys. Thank you for your participation. It was amazing.
Yeah, we have a very active chat. So that was great. So
love it. Cool.
Great. Thank you. Well, next up, we're just going to go straight into a conversation now with Miranda Elliott and Darwin Acosta. And I'm going to go ahead and let them introduce themselves. So we'll just wait till we pop them in to their panelist mode. They've been watching on as attendees. There's Miranda.
Hello.
And Darwin, hi. All right.
Hi.
Darwin.
I'll turn it over to you both.
All right.
Thank you.
First of all, yeah, thank you so much for having us today, Darwin. It's so nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Nice to be with everyone in this chat. I feel like I'm in a room, like everyone is here with me at the moment.
I know, right? It's so nice. So just wanted to start off, thanks to Batonage for having us. Thanks for the training today. I think that was pretty incredible. So much useful information, so many resources. So I know I'm taking a lot from that training myself.
Yeah.
I really appreciate having this opportunity to really get into some of these issues of harassment. Before we jump in, I figure I should probably introduce myself, give Darwin an opportunity to introduce themselves as well. So my name is Miranda Elliott. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the owner and founder of Elliott Wine School. So I launched my school with my first event back in November of 2020. I wanted to create a school where I not just provided wine information, but also provided a space where we can explore issues of bias, harassment, harm within the wine industry, and think about how we can do better, myself included. So to that end, I offer wine classes, but I also offer community building events where participants can explore issues of harassment, things like that. So I've had a discussion called Interrogating Professionalism in the Wine Industry. If you missed it, it is on YouTube, so you can check it out there. A talk by my friend who actually is an employment rights attorney who talked to us about knowing your rights in the workplace around discrimination. That's also on YouTube. You can check that out if you missed that as well. Really just important information about how to report. And then also my monthly LGBTQ+ wine brunch, which is where LGBTQ+ wine professionals can gather together virtually to share stories, share support. And this one is actually a special partnership with Batonage. We're opening it up to all people, including allies. So usually it's just LGBTQ+ people in the wine industry who want to join, but we've opened it up to everyone so that we can share our stories, share support sort of beyond within our community and beyond as well. So please join us this Saturday at 1 p.m. Central to discuss LGBTQ+ issues in the wine industry, how we can all do better and provide more support for our community. You can sign up at elliottwineschool.com. So anyway, with all that out of the way, I wanted to give Darwin an opportunity to introduce themselves. We have a really special one-on-one chat between us today. So Darwin, I've rambled on enough. You should introduce yourself now.
Okay, thank you, Miranda. Hi, everyone. My name is Darwin Acosta. I identify as non-binary. My pronouns are they, them, theirs. I'm originally from New York City. I've been working in restaurants since my parents own several businesses, so like since I was really young, but officially in restaurants since I was 13, and then went to culinary school at the CIA and eventually graduated during the pandemic, tried to figure out what to do with my life, was really into beverage, really wanted to focus more on wine. So through the Roots Fund support, I came out to California for my first harvest last year and worked at Dollar Valley. That ended in December, and then I really got to know Megan Doback and really wanted to work with her and all the great things she's working on. So then through the help of the Roots Fund again, I was hired as her assistant, and now we are working on putting together Bridge of Cellars. And yeah, I'm super involved in many other things, but I have really been trying to dig in my roots more into communities and just trying to create more of also a queer presence in the wine industry. So that's like one of the main things I'm focusing on right now. And I'm really excited to be here with Miranda because she was one of the first queer individuals that I met when I came into the wine industry, and I was like, I need some sort of community, and it's been great just being able to interact with her with her brunches. So if you don't have anything going on Saturday, please join.
Totally, absolutely, cool. And I honestly, like, you're also one of the people that I've been so happy to get to know. You know, obviously over the pandemic, we've been able to connect with so many different people, and you're definitely one of the main people that I've been excited to get to know and, you know, connect with. So I'm extra excited to have you on today. I also just wanted to start, any of you who know Elaine Chukan Brown, who talked earlier before, you just know how incredible she is. She actually gave a talk once about imposter syndrome that I just wanted to bring up right now, just because I think what she has said really helped me, that, you know, sometimes you just need to acknowledge it. And I just wanted to start off by acknowledging that I'm nervous. I feel Darwin feels nervous too. And that's okay. That, you know, these are really big, important conversations that we're getting into. And also, you know, I think it was Julia Coney earlier who said, if you're not nervous, that's maybe an issue. You know, you should be nervous. Like these are important things. Yeah. And you know, I think I kind of want to use that nervousness to inspire me to do more, but also want to recognize that, you know, I feel nervous, so that's okay.
Thank you for mentioning that, because I had texted you and Stevie, and I was like, okay, I'm getting nervous, but it's super normal, and I think we're all trying to navigate these spaces and understand like the vocabulary and just how to be there for our community. So yeah, it can be a lot, but if we're not nervous, then we're not really creating change, I guess.
Yeah, I guess, like, think of the alternative. If we went into this and we're like, oh yeah, whatever, you know, I don't really care.
Yeah.
You know, that would be concerning. So
yeah,
I think it's maybe a better sign.
We have to be uncomfortable to create change, is how I look at it too.
Yeah, exactly. And that, like, we all also make mistakes, and that's okay. And it's about, you know, addressing them and moving forward and doing better, and, you know, like, recognizing also what are issues. I think that sometimes, you know, just having these opportunities to just think it through is really important. So first of all, just thank you for joining me today. And
yeah, of course. Thank you.
Absolutely. So let's kind of, you know, I was kind of thinking, let's get into this conversation just kind of in a similar way to, you know, Julia and Elaine's conversation earlier today, which also was amazing, by the way. I also am taking so much from that. But you know, I think something that I really hope to cultivate is a sense of community in, you know, the events that I put on, and, you know, connecting with you, connecting with other queer people, LGBTQ people across the board. And also, you know, being accountable in ways that maybe we haven't been before in the wine industry. So, you know, having it be this process of ongoing work, you know, doing the work and things like that. So I guess let's just jump right in. You know, as someone who, you know, you're sort of viewing the wine industry from the production side, you're interacting with sommeliers, with, you know, a whole range of people. Like, why do you think it's important to you that the wine industry has opportunities like these to attend trainings like these?
I've been thinking about a lot of these things. And okay, I'll say first of all, when I came into the industry, my harvest was my first experience in wine production. And everything I knew before coming into the production space was very service focused. At TA, we took a class and like we never really talked about like the production and all like the social injustices that are happening in the wine industry, and then like many industries like the agricultural space. So coming in after graduating with my degree, I was like, I really want to focus on the production side and kind of see everything that's going on, but not just production. Like I want to be able to experience the hospitality side because I really enjoy service, and I want to be able to bring what I'm learning in production and the cellar back into the service and the marketing and the sales. And it's like, many people helped me coin the path I wanted to take as like a hybrid role. And it's very easy for people to put you into boxes. And I still have conversations today about like, well, as you get older, like you kind of like just start to go into a box. It's not that people put you into a box. And I was like, well, I don't think that's necessarily true, because when you aspire to want to create change and create communities, like it's like you want to be prevalent in multiple spaces. And for me, it was super important to find a job that was able to cultivate my several interests and allow me to learn. And I've really been able to do that with Megan. So coming into this space now, it's like I can't just take the perspective of people that are in the cellar. I'm gonna have to also take in perspective some people in all different aspects of the industry. And then it's like, how do we make that more inclusive for queer individuals, like as well? Because it's like, everyone thinks, like a lot of people always tell me, like, yeah, there are queer people, but mostly of them are in hospitality. And it's like, well, why aren't they feeling comfortable being in the cellar? Like, are we asking those questions? Why aren't they feeling comfortable being in the vineyard? And we all know the answers to some of these questions, but it's like, how do we make it more, how do we make these spaces safer and more comfortable for them? And how do we put, as companies, people that are in higher positions, try to create a more inclusive space and educate our employees and our coworkers? So it's been a lot of conversations I've been having. There's not one simple answer ever, but it's like starting those conversations now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and I think that, like, at least in my experience, I do think that the wine industry is very open to a lot of these conversations. I think that there's a lot of like hesitance of, you know, saying the wrong thing, or maybe we'll mess up, or, you know, whatever. And I do think that, you know, trainings like these are super important for that reason. And that's why I wanted to do, you know, like the trans inclusion training back in November, and like the anti-racism from a Black trans liberation perspective training, just to get people thinking, you know, about gender and race intersectionally, and sexuality, and, you know, not just like people in, you know, one box, but thinking about holistic kind of people. And I do think, though, that in my experience, that is maybe something where the wine industry maybe doesn't always understand fluidity, or, you know, if it's outside of a binary, like, what is that, you know? And yeah, I wonder, like, what, you know, I think one thing that was really, really important to me from the training earlier today was talking about not just like the instance of harassment, but like, what is that like culture? What is rape culture? What is, you know, like the ability to set your own boundaries, you know, maybe even outside of like a sexual context. And I think it's super important, you know, especially even as we're talking about alcohol and how we're pushing people to drink beyond their limits, and, you know, like normalizing these, you know, kind of behaviors that are not okay for people, or, you know, are outside of what they're okay with, frankly. So I guess just, you know, yeah, I definitely feel like you and I have talked a little bit about like some of these like overt instances of harassment, but also like the way that these nuanced instances show up. I was wondering, like, I don't know if you wanted to kind of get into some of those like more nuanced things that you've seen.
Yeah, I think one of my biggest challenges right now is proper pronoun usage. It's something that, which I had put in a question earlier, and it was right at the end, so Linda couldn't give her perspective, but it's like, I'm not sure, I think it was you who mentioned to me, like, you know, improper pronoun usage is a sort of harassment. And up until that point, I was like, you know what, like, it is true, this is a form of harassment. Like, I've been putting myself like out there for many times, and there are people, I have had people reach out to me, and like, and I love it when people do this and ask me like, how can I best support you when I hear someone mispronoun you? Like, do you want me to call it out? Which is exactly what you did the other day, which thank you very much. Do I just call it out? Do you want me to like tell them on the side? And I do think that coming into this space, this is how I view it, like being non-binary and with these pronouns into a space that doesn't really, now we're more open to it, but comes from a foundation where everything is very binary. And the people that work in the field and in the cellar are mostly the minorities. So they also come from those backgrounds that are very gendered, from like the Spanish speaking language to a little bit of religion. So it's like, how do I make it more easier for me? And I think that there needs to be a leg room for patience, but that patience runs out. Like, now I'm at a point where it's like, I'm just gonna have to start calling it out. And I have had really good support from my supervisors. A lot of it comes from like the day-to-day interactions with my other coworkers. So it's just putting myself in that comfortable position of like saying it, which sometimes it does make me super uncomfortable to have to put myself in that space all the time and then have to be the educator. But I know that I have a community and I have the support, and I know that if something is really going on, I can reach out for help. And it took me a while to really capture that. I really came here and I was like, I'm gonna have to like bite this and like just go with the flow, and it doesn't have to be like that. But in these last few months I've been in the industry, I really have had a huge support system, and I'm very grateful for it. But yeah, I think that's just like one of my major experiences that I can think of right now, and just like hearing stories from like other friends of what it's like to be in those spaces.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and you know, I think too, as like a cisgender person too, it's like, I don't want to come in and be like, oh, like, this is how I can best advocate for you, you know, but like, instead kind of making sure that like I'm checking in and being like, does that actually support you? Like, does that kind of feel good? But also like, you know, ultimately standing up for people and not making it so that you have to kind of like constantly do that emotional labor.
Just like you, like the outside people looking in, coming to you or to the individual and asking, how can I best support you? Because support to everyone does not look the same. Like, maybe some people don't want to be called out in front of a crowd, like, hey, you mispronoun them. So, and it's like, you know, I think that's a better approach than just like slapping a pride flag like a lot of corporations do, and just saying like, we support. And it's like, I mean, you just support for the money. But yeah, I really do appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I think that like, I think that there's just a lot of kind of like normalizing certain kind of conversations or certain kind of jokes. You know, I had my own experience, you know, a few months back of trying to call out harassment over Zoom with just like really terrible harassing jokes. And, you know, I think that it can be really scary. So I think that at least for me, that's part of why you know, there have been moments that I haven't called out harassment. There have been moments that I have, and then I've had nothing happen. And then I've had, you know, moments where I did call it out and something did happen. And then also, you know, sort of like the lesser, or maybe I shouldn't even say lesser, but just experiences where I've, you know, said something, but in a way that was also understanding the person is coming from a good place and just sort of pointing something out. And then it, you know, ultimately was sort of a good learning experience and we all move forward. But I do also think, you know, I kind of wanted to get into a little bit of like why people don't report instances of harassment. I know for me anyway, it was just like, well, that's just how it is, you know, like,
Same.
Yeah, you know, it's the wine industry.
Even
like,
being in restaurants, it's like,
Yes.
this is just how it is. And this brings up another conversation I was just thinking about. It's like, this is like when we've been trained in these old systems, and it's like we were brought into these old systems that clearly don't work for many people anymore. But it's like, how do we now like integrate, like, you know, I guess I don't want to say the good parts, but like the work ethic and, you know, like the responsibility in with all these new concepts and everything. Because the next generation of people that are going to come into the space and into the industry, the wine industry and the restaurant industry, they're like, they want to make sure that they're going to be supported and that they can feel comfortable. So that's like another thing that I thought about. But sorry,
yeah, no, I totally agree, and I think that sometimes, like, I don't know, it's like we're so raised in the restaurant world to be like, you know, to say yes to everything. And like, it's not about you, it's about the guest.
Yeah.
And, you know, to the point where it becomes unhealthy and you forget about your own boundaries and all of that.
And who you are.
Yeah, and who you are. And, you know, I think that for me, sometimes it's like like an entry point to think about making spaces for other people. And then I think about myself like later. I'm like, no, it's, you know, for this next generation, this next group of people coming in. And I'm like, I guess, and me too. But I do think that we're so raised in some ways in the restaurant world, or maybe in the wine world as a whole, to like serve and, you know, be hospitable, that sometimes we don't realize, you know, what is actually being hospitable, what is, you know, like, to me, hospitality should also be like community and keeping people safe and accountable and, you know, working forward, or working to move our industry forward. So,
of course.
Yeah.
And
so
not having to sacrifice your identity and the way that you want to, you know, present your hair, the way that you want to dress, a certain color that you want to wear. Because I've been in situations where I've received many comments on what either I'm wearing in like a negative way, the color of my hair, and like just the fact that we still have restaurants and places that don't, like, you must be clean shaven the entire time. For some people like me, I can't do that. My skin will break out. And it's just like, you can't have colored hair, you can't wear nail polish. It's like, it's all these different things. And it's like, at that point now I'm just a robot, and I can't even, what makes me unique in this space, I can't even present that from the way that I have to specifically talk to a customer. It's just, I've had to go through that through the restaurant industry. And I told myself, like, coming into the wine space, I'm going, like, I will dye my hair just so people know that I can be that person, be fabulous, and still get my work done at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I think, like, you know, we definitely got into it in terms of like professionalism and like the sort of ways that professionalism is often like problematically constructed as, you know, this like cisgender straight white man, and then everyone else just needs to kind of somehow fit into this box. And, you know, I think that, you know, like what if like you were the model for professionalism and the, you know, the rest of us have to fit into, you know, a box that looks like you. Like it just, I feel like it just kind of like puts it into perspective for me sometimes, where I'm like, oh, like I've been trying to fit into something that I cannot fit into. And, you know, but also like as a white woman too, like I also have a good amount of privilege in this industry too. And so I think that like recognizing the ways that I have been able to fit in and move ahead, but also the ways that like it's not always constructed for me too. I think it's important to kind of recognize all those sides. But I think just kind of like thinking forward, like just what would it look like for you to kind of walk into a company that was free from harassment? Like how would that look? How would that feel, do you think?
That's a big question. I think for me, at least because I'm like relating it to my experience at the moment, and like kind of what I'm going through, and it's like having required trainings and as soon as you start. And I know that it's like for a lot of people, a lot of companies, it's just like another check mark. But actually like having people that represent these communities that, you know, where these trainings have originated from, or people to come and train these sessions in relation to like queer identities and gender identities. That's something that a lot of people still need a lot of work and training on, and just being aware that there are other identities that exist. And it's such a multi like answered question, because I can't just talk about the queer perspective. There's also all of like the sexual harassment that happens. And I think it's a really hard question. There's many layers to this question. But I guess that would be my first start. It's like having to have those required trainings, having to have those conversations, holding people accountable, and once you have employees, how to support them so they remain and they feel comfortable throughout their employment there, and they don't feel like they have to hide who they are, or they have to hide instances, or because they're new, but an interaction with someone who's been there for X amount of time, that's been longer than them, and something happens, they feel like they can't really say what they're going through, because they won't even be understood or listened. Listening is another great skill that many people and the companies need to start to recognize. It's like actually listening, because we are the people that do the work. We're the people that provide you with the labor and the product. And if you just care about your money, you're not taking care of us. And you need to take care of us a lot more if you want us to be able to execute. Psychological safety. I just said that. Maybe I just said that. I think that's super important.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I asked you the question because I don't have the answer, because I do think that it can be so, I don't know, it can be so much harder to think of like, how do we actually move forward, and how do we come up with those, like how that looks and what that looks like. And I think I started thinking about this question because, you know, there was someone in one of my tasting groups who was like, well, why can't we just focus on the wine? Why do we need to talk about, you know, like race and gender and sexuality? Yeah, I know. And, you know, and I, like, obviously that's a, you know, devil's advocate, or that's a whatever, you know, someone just trying to stir the pot kind of question. But I did start thinking about it, like, why can't we? Well, because, you know, spaces aren't safe for people. And if we could just walk in and talk about the wines, like, cool, you know, if we could come in, be our authentic selves, you know, just like not have to worry about harassment, about, you know, discrimination, all that stuff, cool. But we do, you know?
That would be the ideal goal for our industry. That's not the case.
Absolutely. So just looking at the time, I just wanted to leave a little bit of time for questions. It looks like we have a couple in the Q&A. So let's see. And I don't know if, let's see, how can we as employees push employers to do a better job of creating more inclusive and welcoming environments for all people, especially in production spaces? So yeah, I think you have a bit more, or I have no knowledge in production spaces. So why don't you tackle that one?
I know for me, coming into my job with Burgess, I found out that there was a training held a few days prior to me joining the team, and they had a pronoun training. This wasn't like something that they reached out to. This was based on a lot of the employees that are true allies and they support and understand. And they were practicing how to like use they them before I had started like in sentences, which I was touched like when I came and I found out, because I didn't think that it was going to be reciprocated. But it was great in the beginning, and then it's like I feel like with these trainings there needs to be something, especially with sexuality and identities. It needs to be something that's always touched on at least like 2 to 3 times a year, not only with that kind of training, but with harassment, because it's always changing. There's always new layers of how can we make everything much more uncomfortable. And I don't think there's never going to be one true answer, like I said before, but it's like having these required like steps and just making sure that keeping people accountable and like just being aware. Awareness is super important, because like you don't know who identifies as what and what their preferred pronouns are. And for me, like I've been practicing on a daily basis. Okay, how can I say like when I walk into a room, instead of saying, "Hey guys," like what else can I say to substitute that so it's not so gendered? And I try to refer to people a lot that I don't know their pronouns as they, them, so I don't necessarily assume, because that's how it helps me to get more into the habit, because trust me, I'm not perfect, I still mess up. And it's important to recognize that. It's a shift in our vocabulary, and a lot of everything that we're trying to get used to is to shift the way and finding new vocabulary. That all takes practice.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I think like for me, like having, just started a business, I was kind of like, well, I kind of want it to be part of like the fabric of everything that I do. So like, so it's like, it would be weird if like like the 1 or 2 times that I've forgotten to say my pronouns, it's like, oh, that was weird, and just like to the point where it's just, I say my name, I say my pronouns, and I think having certain things like that, thinking about how your business is structured. So like, do you have an all gender restroom, or are your bathrooms, gendered, and you're sort of putting people in maybe an awkward position if they don't identify with either gender, or they're not either gender. And, just thinking about like how you set it up, like, what are the ways in which like structurally, maybe physically, maybe the way that you interact with people, that you're excluding people? Do you have a dress code that is unintentionally sexist, racist, homophobic, transphobic? Just look at all of the ways that like your company is structured to maybe uphold certain things, maybe uphold, like racist things, sexist, homophobic. So, I would say kind of doing like an overhaul of your entire company. If you are in a position of like leadership or management, and you can have your voice heard. And I do think that also like emphasizing too, that in some cases it's not safe for people to advocate on their own behalf. And like, we shouldn't necessarily like force people to do that. Cause I also think, to Darwin's point earlier, it's like, we're requiring also people to do a whole lot of emotional labor that's unpaid. And, I think that also kind of keeping that in mind, like I've had people like text me out of nowhere and be like, can you explain why you identify as queer? when, you know, like whatever. And, you know, and that's fine, I guess, if you're a friend, but I think also understanding like you're asking people to like do this kind of labor for you when maybe you could Google it or do this kind of stuff as well, or bring in an outside trainer, as Darwin was saying. You know, there are people who are very skilled in doing this, and also sometimes expecting, you know, the one representative from that group to be your trainer when they don't necessarily have any background in like DEI work or anything like that. You know, just thinking about like how you're interacting, how you're setting up your business, I think is important.
Yeah, for sure. And thinking about when starting a business or incorporating that into your cost, because it's not free. All those trainings aren't free. It's like creating a business model where you can incorporate people and put them at the center and actually mean it. Because then people are like, oh, it's expensive. And one thing that I wanted to bring up is like, what do people do in like putting together resources for people that are in like not so progressive states and spaces. Like when I came to California, I was like, okay, I'm very privileged to be in a state like California where there's a lot of laws that will protect me. But what about spaces like in the middle of nowhere where someone like me who's really enthusiastic about the wine industry comes into a space from an urban city and they don't know who to reach out to or who to look up to because they don't see anyone that looks like them, or they can reach out to support. And it's like, if the small business or small winery or brewery or whatever they're working for doesn't have a put together HR community or organization or anything, then it's like, who do they reach out to? Like I've been having conversations like this, and it's like, you know, that's really scary to think about. And it's like, how do we start to then advocate for other people that are coming into those spaces as well?
Yeah, definitely. And I think we had a question about how to affect more profound and lasting change. Do we take more of a no nonsense, like in your face kind of approach, or are we kind of more gradual and delicate, or do we even care? Was the last part of that question. I don't know what you think, but I personally, my first reaction is it kind of depends on the situation. Like I feel like I maybe go into a situation at first. It also depends on the severity and who it is. I don't know. I feel like for me, it's a big, it depends. Yeah. Like, is that person someone who's like in a big position of power? Do they have power over me? Do they have power over other people? Would they respond best with a more in your face kind of approach, or would they respond best to a gentler approach? Also, like, you know, are they coming from a good place? I feel like that can be maybe a bit subjective, but I do feel like sometimes people really want to do better and they just sort of, I don't know, maybe they say something like a little off and I just want to like address it or just, you know, kind of bring it up, but I don't want to be super confrontational about it. But yeah, I'm curious what your thoughts are kind of on that.
It definitely depends on the situation. I'm not a confrontational person, so I will never like yell at someone or like, you know, or be harsh in any sort of way. For me, it's like coming from a place of understanding always, and that does become tiring, but I'm also learning how to kind of navigate these spaces. And that's super important to bring up because it's like, we're all like, it really just all depends on who the other person is. Because if it's someone that you respect and you've worked with for a while and they say something that is incorrect, then as a friend, as someone that, you know, you care about, it should be safe enough for you to be able to have these real conversations and like say, you know, that wasn't correct. This is kind of the better approach. So, and I always try to put myself in like the other person's shoes. Like I think about that a lot with my parents. Like they might not fully understand because, you know, they didn't grow up with any of this, especially with any queer representation where they come from. They were immigrants. So it's like, I get it. So it's like, how do I kind of like, you know, help them to understand? And it's not always that we have the mental capacity for that. That's why, like we mentioned, it's super important to have these outside sources set in place. But it's also like, yeah, it just really depends on the situation. But if someone's being aggressive and rude and you don't know them, I think you kind of have a right there to just be sassy and like say something.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, I've definitely had my moments of sass for people like that. But yeah, I do think that, yeah, it just kind of depends. But it is also kind of like something like you were saying earlier too. It's like, how many times have we had this conversation? And if it's at the fifth time or you know, something, then maybe the approach is a little different. But I haven't really been keeping an eye on the chat. So if there are any questions, it looks like some really great conversations are happening. But if there are any questions that came up, I think Katie or
there was something that Elaine said that I really liked. I mean, everything she says is amazing, wonderful. I'm trying to look for, let's see. It is also about shifting from making our own internal experience and feelings and fear the priority to instead recognizing doing the work, came for the community, listening to these incredible speakers over the center of focus. Thank you. Awesome. I think I lost it. It was active chat. I love it.
I know. I saw that there were like 95 messages that I missed, so I apologize. I really wanted to get to some of your questions or your thoughts, but I do think that yeah, we have some conversations here about, you know, like kind of shifting it to being about action, about, you know, what we can actually do. And, you know, that kind of difference between the ally and the accomplice, I think is something that definitely, you know, I try to think about a lot. I think it was actually Audre Lorde who brought it. I think it was Audre Lorde who was talking about, you know, the kind of that difference between kind of sitting back and, you know, supporting versus like going out and actually fighting for people and supporting actively, I guess. But yeah, I think just kind of in closing, is there anything that you're taking from today from the training?
Yeah, I actually wrote a few things down, but I thought the training was great. I think there was a point where someone had mentioned religion. I'm not sure if it was me, but just like that is something that I've also had to deal with, just kind of going to spaces that were created by, you know, in these cultures that we are in now. It's like religion plays a huge part in people's beliefs, and like I've had to confront that a lot with being queer. I loved the responses and not always giving advice. I think that that's super important. And I think just listening and just being there as for comfort is super important. Like whenever I've definitely gotten into the habit that when someone, you know, is ranting in a safe space, or not ranting, venting, and they're expressing to me what they're going through, I tell them, okay, I'm listening. Would you like my feedback? If not, I can just, you know, remain silent and still listen to what you have to say. I love the answer. You are having a normal reaction to an abnormal situation, because everything is like kind of feel abnormal, especially trying to navigate through 2020. And like now, like I feel like the world is in the stage of like trying to open back up, and there's a shortage of labor everywhere, and like things are just a little bit not like it's super organized, and like we're all just, but the one thing I'm just like, we just all need to be there for each other and support each other. And it's like, I think I love that answer, because everything does kind of feel abnormal still.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And I'm actually going to steal something from something that a friend of mine said to me the other day. She was saying, like, there are moments when she asked herself, would I regret not doing something in this moment? And she says that most of the time she would regret not doing something, so she does it. But there are some moments where she goes, you know what, actually I wouldn't, and I'm okay. You know, like I'm maybe I'm not in the headspace to be able to actually be a good advocate, but like maybe I can do something else, you know, like whether that's like literally send, you know, $5 or $10 to an organization doing great work around that. Like maybe that's what's in your capacity for the day. Maybe it is saying something in the moment about, you know, some sort of issue. Maybe it's, you know, implementing something new at your workplace, you know, around like making things more equitable or inclusive, but also like it's okay sometimes too. Like if you don't have that mental capacity to say something, like maybe asking yourself like, okay, what can I do? Like, what do I have the ability to do in this scenario? And I think like that intervention model is super helpful, that like different people do different things in that environment. And some people are, you know, they're intervening, they're saying something. Some people are diverting attention. Some people are engaging. I'm literally reading my notes here, but alerting others. You know, I think that these are all like great models in general, you know, for like overt harassment, but also just sort of everyday kind of bias as well.
Yeah, I think what Elaine just said, like recognizing our bandwidth changes at all different times. Like, I think there are times where I'm like, I don't have the bandwidth right now. And I think being honest with the people around you, like I'm like, I don't have the bandwidth right now to handle the situation. Like I need some time and some space. And I'll get back to you. And I think that just being honest, when you go through these situations or these spaces will definitely get you a lot further than just having to, setting those boundaries. I read this quote the other day that I loved that was like, people telling you what their boundaries are isn't necessarily pushing you away. It's them telling you, I want you in my life, but I need you to respect these boundaries. And I loved it because many people think that when you're establishing your boundaries with someone, it's like you're trying to push them away, and it's like, no, I want to keep you here. We just need to make more of an effort.
Yeah, for sure. And I actually had that experience like when I was dealing with that Zoom harassment issue. Like I had a friend that I was texting him things, and he actually said to me like, hey, actually, I think I process things a lot better if you could just call me and we can have like a full conversation about it. And that was really helpful to me because I was like, okay, cool. He's established boundaries with me about like communication, and like that's really helpful to know in the future. Like, okay, like he wants to support, but he can't support in this method that I'm going, like he can't support me over text. Like it's too much to address. So we need to talk it out over the phone. And that was super helpful for me. And I think that sometimes, you know, we think about boundaries too, just in terms of like the person experiencing harm or whatever, but I think it can be a two-way street. It should be a two-way street, that we can establish our boundaries and we can, you know, respect how other people are also processing what we're telling them and stuff like that. You know, and I think that can be helpful too. I think, you know, sometimes, you know, we don't want to replicate harm. We don't want to, you know, if we've had our own boundaries crossed, we don't want to cross other people's boundaries. So just kind of knowing some of those as well.
Yeah, and it's like when you're trying to be there for any community that you're a part of, it's like also recognizing when do you, I guess, like, in what spaces can you provide, you know, like your bandwidth? Because at least for me, and I'm pretty sure this is a little bit of like having to go through COVID and the pandemic, going back into social spaces, even though I'm a very social person, has been kind of challenging for the first few months. And I walk into like parties now and I'm like, whoa, this is like a bit too much. And it's like I'm learning what spaces I function better in and who is deserving of 100% of like my energy and what I have to offer. And I've come to the conclusion that I just work better and function better when I'm building a relationship, when I have a one-on-one with someone, versus like being in a social setting where there's so many things happening all at once, that my brain is like just all over the place.
Yeah. And I think for me, it's like, it's hard. Yeah. As we're kind of getting back into some in-person things, you know, like checking in with yourself and saying like, am I
Yeah.
okay with this? Am I okay with that? You know, and
Mhm.
are the people around me okay with it too? And how
Yeah.
can I make sure that everyone is feeling, you know, okay, supported, safe with all of that as well. So Elaine actually had a question.
Okay.
If we could speak a bit more to how to address situations where there is not a boss or a company leader you can go to. Like how, you know, if we have a place of employment or maybe we're in, you know, sometimes like groups, like tasting groups or study groups or things like that, you know, I think that sometimes these sort of things are hard for sure. Yeah, I don't know if you have any thoughts about like how we address situations where there's not like a boss or someone like higher up.
I've been becoming a little bit more comfortable with asking if I'm in a space where there's someone that I'm close to and I know that they like we support each other. I have had no issue with going up to them and feeling comfortable doing it and saying, I need help right now with this situation. It's like most of it has to do with my pronouns because it could be someone that I don't know that they might be closer to because I've had that situation. And it's like, do you mind just expressing to them that those are my pronouns? And then, you know, we can go from there. And it's like putting yourself in that situation of reaching out. And that's something that I've had to get used to. And like, I don't want to say making myself vulnerable, but just more comfortable with my support system because it's like, I know the people that really want to support and I appreciate this circle very much. And it's like, being there for each other is super, super important. But other than that, I've even seen other people in situations like kind of let the situation de-escalate depending on how it happens and just kind of pulling that person aside and like talking to them. But that was kind of the question that I had for Linda earlier too. It was like, how do you handle situations like that? If there is, you know, a boss present, but you don't feel comfortable going, or, you know, that boss is not available at the moment because they're in meetings all day. So yeah, I think that would be my approach to that.
Yeah, I mean, I've definitely had the experience of the boss is the one saying the thing or doing the thing. And, you know, in that case, you know, I think unfortunately in the past, I just kind of thought, well, that's just how it is. And I guess I have to leave this company. And I think that that's a really unfortunate message that we sometimes send to people is that, you know, like, oh, well, that's just kind of how this company is. And like anyone who doesn't agree with it just has to leave when, you know, ultimately I think, yeah, exactly. And, you know, there are definitely times that I regret that I was the one who felt like I had to leave in that scenario. But I do think that, you know, still trying to address it and, you know, trying to kind of speak up is important for your own sake, but also for everyone else if you feel comfortable. But also like knowing that there is a support network out there. I think that that's what's kind of happened every single time I've had any of these experiences is that I've realized like, oh, there are all these people and, you know, like, you know, person that I didn't think would be giving me all this support, you know, is all of a sudden giving support. And I think, you know, just knowing that there are people out there who will have your back, who will, if you want to speak up, who will stand behind you. If, you know, you don't feel comfortable, but you want someone else to, there are plenty of people who will speak up on your behalf too. And
and something that someone said to me last week, because I know we have like 2 minutes left, it's like being okay with saying that, you know, you're like off today, like whatever day that is, that it's okay to be off, but also recognize that you have your community and your support system that will turn you back on and like be there for you. But yeah, because there are days where my bandwidth is like stretched and I'm like, there's a lot going on. And when things happen, I'm like, I can't really add more onto my plate for that day. but then it just takes like one heartfelt message from someone and it's like, okay, like I feel so much better. And I've been trying to do that a lot more with people that I really care about, and just like checking in on people, especially people that are doing the work in other spaces and communities. Even if I don't know them that well, it's like, how are you doing? Are you okay? Like, and I actually mean it. When you say it, like look at them in the eyes, and like it's just a lot. It's a lot about people. It's all about people, and it's just like being there for each other.
Yeah, it's all about community. It's all about people and supporting each other. And so I guess just to end, I like to ask people, like, are there any organizations or people you want to kind of spotlight, you know, in the mindset of community, just people who you think are doing awesome work?
So I have a few in my head. Ikimi in the Roots Fund, like she is just like,
she's awesome.
I need to help people, and like I just love her approach in situations. She's very real. She's such a motherly figure. Every time that I don't see her that often. I've only seen her probably twice or three times, but she holds a very special place in my heart. Miriam with her Miriam and Company. I see her doing the work, and I've always been there to support, and I really adore her very much. Miriam, yeah, she's a beautiful human being. Then Batanaj, because I've met Stevie a few weeks ago, and Stevie has been like such a huge support that just came, I want to say from left field, and I like it just the right people come into your life at the right time. And I've been having so many conversations with people, and I guess like when I met Stevie, it was just like she's like, I'm gonna be your instigator, and this is how we're gonna do things. And now I work at Bakery as well. So those are a few communities and organizations that I just want to spotlight.
Awesome, cool. Yeah. Well, and I think that's kind of how I think I'd like to move forward in terms of, you know, addressing harassment is kind of going back to our keynote earlier and remembering community and supporting each other and, you know, being accomplices and standing up when we can, and, you know, and using our privilege as well in moments where we can speak up when other people can't necessarily. So. Yeah.
And what about you? What communities, real quick, do you want to spotlight?
Oh, goodness. Oh, there are so many. Roots Fund, Hugh Society, Black Wine Professionals, just Elaine in general, Elaine Chukan Brown, diversity in food. I forget, they just rebranded Diversity in Food and Wine, or Food and Beverage, and Lift Collective does amazing work. Batanaj, just there's so many. I always forget when I start listening. But yeah, so many. You know, and more people just come together with community. So thank you again, Darwin, for joining me today.
My pleasure. Yeah, thank you so much. This was a great conversation, and I loved everyone's enthusiasm and chat.
Absolutely.
And participation. And thank you, Katie and Batanaj, for bringing us together in this conversation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for having us and giving us an opportunity also to talk about, you know, gender and sexuality during Batanaj. I think that's definitely an important conversation that I'm happy to see happening even more in the wine industry.
Yeah, for sure. And Katie, I need one of those hats. I've been eyeing it since. I've been eyeing it since I saw you.
Oh yeah, we'll take care of that. No worries.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, thank you. And, you know, thanks to all of our speakers today. It was really great to see themes, you know, come up again and again. And I really appreciate you, Miranda and Darwin, for wrapping us up today. I did just want to say that Ursula Zopp, she was originally scheduled to be a part of this conversation, and she was unable to join us due to a family emergency. So I just want, you know, to send positive vibes to her and her family, and just kind of acknowledge that, you know, she was originally a part of the plan. And then also just to say, thank you to everyone who helped make this possible and bring the speakers here today. Of course, Stevie Stacionis, Sarah Bray, the founders of Batonage, and then Miriam Ahmed and Janae Patrick of Miriam and Company, and Elaine Chukan Brown played very important roles in bringing together all of these people to speak today. So couldn't have done it without you all. And then thank you again to our sponsors, the Napa Valley Vintners, Laurent Perrier US, Bay Grape, Pneumatica, Amarim Cork America, and then our vendor sponsors, Gabrielle Glass and Sonoma Broadway Farms, and our media sponsor, 750 Daily. We hope that you'll join us for day 2. It was a big day today, a long day, but I think it probably went by as quickly for all of you as it did for me. But tomorrow we are going to kick it off with Arini Global, a partnership between Batonage and Arini Global. It's called All Cards on the Table. So that will kick off at 9:00 a.m. and will be a Zoom meeting format. And then we'll follow up with Woman Owned, and that will be a Zoom webinar. So you have 2 links in your registration confirmation, and those will go out again this afternoon and tomorrow morning. So again, starts at 9 a.m. Pacific, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Thank you. So good to see you all.